would miss another day. Hey. It's a lovely day to feel insane. What a lovely day to torture my brain. Get me out, I've been drowning for so long. It's a lovely day to feel insane. What a lovely day to torture my brain. Get me out, I've been drowning for so long. It's a lovely day to feel insane. This life is a daydream. Our time is a precious thing. We're searching for meaning in the highs and the lows we've seen. When all is said and done, standing on the bright side, can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun. See the world through new eyes, taking us to great heights. Anything is possible, everything is new, and we'll carry each other, running wild into the night, technicolor blue, and we'll carry each other. One chance in a lifetime, won't stop till we get it right. When all is said and done, standing on the bright side, can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun. See Yeah. Yeah. I'm back here and I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like A-Day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues. I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like A-Day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
to be heroes. Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won, heroes. Pain is the price for something greater. You lay your life on a fault line when everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside. Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won, heroes. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. One more step, one more breath, one last chance. Don't give up now. Heroes, blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won, heroes. Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns?
I'm moving through the heat. This room is hazy. Keep running through the lights inside my head. I find myself a drink, and now it seems I'm 6 or 7 deep. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning, but I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going, so light me up. So light me up. So light me up. A face I've never seen, her body close to me, and suddenly there's nothing in between. Keep moving to the beat, that's all I like to need. It's 3:30. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning, but I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning, but I don't care right now.
turn it up more. 5, 6, can you do it like this? 7, 8, and don't be late now. Nah, everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on.
Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work that, work that. Like a 9 to 5, show me work, work.
Feel so good, I've been working it out. Now let the haters try talk, I've been drowning them out. Go ahead, get the work, then wide out. Hit me with the low fee, I need a higher amount. Get it one more time, 365. This throwback hit for the 99. Knees to your thighs, reach for the sky. Ain't no PTO time, I'm just trying to get the work, 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 work. 1, 2, show 'em how we do. 3, 4, turn it up more. 5, 6, can you do it like this? 7, 8, and don't be late now. Nah, everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on.
Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work it out, work it out. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work.
Who you know bustin' like this? 2 by 2 plus all my friends. They don't know how we got in. 1, 2, 3, I plead the 5th. Work it out like a marathon. Had to hit 'em with the high five of motorcom. Swing for the fences like Barry Bond. Let the track run wild like the Amazon. Ay.
Work that, work that, work that. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work it out, work it out. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work.
Everybody come on.
1, 2, 3, on.
Everybody come on now.
Work that, work that.
Everybody come on.
1, 2, 3, on.
Everybody come on now.
Work that, work that. 1, 2, 3, on. Work that, work that. 1, 2, 3, on. Work that, work that. Work that, work that, work that, work that, work that, work that.
I'm feeling shaky, still crazy, raging like Wolverine. My mama gravy, I'm lazy, binge watching Stranger Things. I gotta get down, if you know what I mean. My army, let's party. I got some major schemes. Can't wait to get the gang back together. I can't wait to get the gang back together. You know me, I'm always down for whatever. I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait.
Sun's up, it's a new day, make the fire. Put your boots on, we about to get higher. Makeup, show up, pick a side, yeah, bring it, got it, drop it. Hey, starting soon, it's a new day, pick a trigger. Fill up the cup away, big the body, body sugar. Bring it, got it, pop it. It's a new generation, decide, got it.
Just don't get to see
Well, what a super season it has been, and it all comes down to today. This could be the greatest day in T3 Arena history if these guys can give us the show that we know T3 Arena deserves. Welcome, one and all, to Super Season 1 and the culmination. I'm Dev, and today I'm joined by some phenomenal people. Here in the studio, we've got Jake and Guz. How you guys feeling?
Really good. We're excited for hopefully what's going to be a very memorable day in T3 history. We've got two exclusive teams that I think should be able to both get to the grand final and put on a show.
Yeah, but there's 4 teams still remaining, Guz. Is there a chance that we could see some upsets?
Hopefully the competition's nice and close. I think you framed it well, T3, in a good spot competitively, and today should be very, very exciting. If it lives up to half the hype you just gave it, I think it's going to be good.
Yeah, well, of course, someone that I know lives and breathes T3 Arena. We have Shuri dialing in, the absolute encyclopedia himself. How you feeling, man?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm really ready for some really good matches and to finally maybe see a team other than exclusive win some.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about how this competition works. So we have been going through 3 portions. We had the invitational qualifiers. We had 2 teams come in through that. We had the wildcards, 5 teams come through that. And then 2 teams from last season finals have come through to the top 8 from overall for the whole of Super Season in North America. Those 8 teams yesterday became 4. But let's talk about how this league actually works, how this competition goes. When we're playing the games, we've got these BO3s. Every match is a best of 3 maps. We play control and then 2 payloads. And then that grand final, that's a mega BO5. We've got 2 controls and 3 payloads. And it should be absolutely fantastic. But let's start breaking into how this bracket has gone down so far in the season finals. Like I said, 8 teams now narrowed down to just 4 in these semi-finals. We've got exclusive Easy, After Cult, exclusive Argons, and Beasters. Now, Shuri, mate, you know exclusive better than anyone. And, of course, exclusive, as we know, is now a thing of the past. This may be the last time we ever see the exclusive clan playing in a T3 Arena tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. We've broken up and formed new clans, so this is going to be the last one, and hopefully it'll go out with a bang.
Yeah, and these teams, of course, well deserve their places here. Exclusive Easy guys, the champions from the previous season, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be an easy ride for them.
No, probably not. That said, heading into today, I think a lot of us are probably backing them in as the quote-unquote favourite. Whether or not that ends up being a heavy favouritism, if, of course, they make it into the grand final, we'll have to wait and see for both of those best of 3s to play out. Best of 5 as well, hold different ballparks, so we'll see if they can perform in that particular format.
Yeah, Xenox, of course, we all know about these 2 exclusive teams. We've got Beasters and After Cult. You've got to give them some credence too, right? You can't just expect that's a free win.
I mean, you don't have to. I think probably Beasters, unfortunately, when you look at the remaining 4 teams, they are firmly the underdogs for me in the remainder of the series, which means that they've got nothing to lose. They get a bit of a free punch. There's no expectations. So go out, have fun, see what you can do, put the pressure on Argons, and hey, maybe you can pull off an upset. And if you can do that, well, then there's probably every chance you could maybe then pull off an upset in the grand final. So that's probably one way to look at it. After Cult, though, to be fair, we saw them yesterday, and they played really, really well, led by Thomas and Sol. Thomas, of course, formerly from Exclusive, so they were obviously very dominant in the one game we did get to see yesterday. I'm very excited for that. Obviously, we know Exclusive Easy, former champions, but if there is probably a team other than Argons that can maybe take them down, it would be After Cult.
Yeah, well, there you go. Spitting facts. But, of course, we have 4 matches on today. We've got those 2 semi-finals. We have a 3rd place match, which is for $500, which is a fair shake of money for about 20 minutes of games. Split that between 5 people, it goes a long way. And, of course, first prize is $3,500. Second prize, $1,000. So there is a lot of money up for grabs here. We've got 4 matches. Like we said, BO3 is up until that BO5 grand final. But let's start talking about this first match today. It is, of course, our reigning champions, Exclusive EZ, going against After Cult. Now, we saw After Cult yesterday. They had a fantastic victory. Shuri and Thomas was the one leading the way.
Oh, definitely. And he actually got dropped from this exclusive Easy team, and he said he is going for the revenge tour. He's really bitter about it, and he should be. And he's one of the best players in the world, so I don't know why they dropped him, but I'm excited to see him try to bring After Cole into this and see if he can actually beat this exclusive team.
A bit controversial. Let's keep breaking down after Colt, guys. A lot of names that are very familiar. I know Polos as well. I'm going to give him a shout out because he is just so active on Twitter. This guy does not give up. And this team has not given up. They have been on such an insane run.
Yeah, and their game yesterday, I think we slated it as being relatively close in terms of that particular matchup, but they came out of the gate so strong, played incredibly well throughout the entirety of what was, I guess, for them a relatively short day. So they head into today with some momentum, but they know they have a difficult opponent. So I think for us, we're going to be looking at what their prep work has been heading into this and if that can translate into a result.
So exclusive EZ, Xenox, let's break these guys down. This is a roster that's been made up of essentially the two champions from, well, the champions and then the runners-up of the previous season. They've merged together and then you got these 5 guys.
It's like that combination, right? So you kind of like already got some of the best players and then kind of just merge together to try and overwhelm the rest of the competition. That's basically what they've obviously tried to do coming into this particular season. Obviously mentioned by Shuri that Thomas got dropped from exclusive, and so he'll be coming into this one, I think, with sort of firm eyes locked on taking down exclusive Easy, who, you know, obviously they've got it in their name. It has been probably all too easy in terms of the history of TT3, but whether or not that'll be the case in this series, we'll have to wait and see. I think it should hopefully be an entertaining match. I'm not saying it's going to be easy for Easy, and I'm not saying Aftercult's the favourites, but I'm just hoping that we can actually maybe even get to Old Medina.
Yeah, well, I hope that we see a BO3, a full BO3, but let's talk about the first game's hero bans and start breaking down what exclusive Easy and Aftercult are going to be getting rid of. Okay, so we've got the Osis taken out by Aftercult and the Jabali here by exclusive Easy. Shuri, break this down for us.
I really think that Easy wanted to get Thomas off that Jabali as fast as they could after watching that last one, and Rafa's one of the best Osis, so I think that's why they decided to ban that one.
Yeah, and let's keep digging into that as well. You've talked a lot about the history of these two teams, Shuri, but you know these exclusive members better than anyone. What is their game plan going in? You know, they dropped Thomas. What is it that they saw in the other 5 players to think that they were worth kicking one of their best for?
Ozelic is just an all-around guy. He's like one of the best at like 5 or 6 different heroes, which is insane. And then you have Super Bean, who is one of the best healers in the game, especially when it goes to having only one healer on the team. He specializes in that, and having that extra slot opened up for the rest of the team is so important. So I think that's why they picked Bean up.
So, in the BO3, we start on Control with the Mental, then we go Payload, Giga Cave Mine, and if we obviously see the third one, it'll be Payload on Old Medina. But kicking it off with Control, do you have a vibe of one team being favored over another? Because we've talked a lot about how Payload is a very different game to Control, and Control tends to be a lot more chaotic.
Well, I think the loss of the Jabali is really going to hurt Thomas, and obviously Aftercult, it's a very clear target ban. So what I would be looking for, especially on Control, is actually going to be Sol. Is he going to be playing something like an Aletta, for example, try and get into that backline, really disrupt things, especially off the point? We saw yesterday, actually, the strength for Aftercult was the fact that they kind of got on the point early and they were able to get themselves kind of stuck there. They didn't really get dislodged all that much, but a large reason for that was Thomas on the Jabali, so that's not going to be there. So do they change their play style a little bit around that? I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. We don't have the answers yet, but that's for me, I think, going to be some of the win conditions.
Yeah, Shuri.
Sorry,
did you have something to say, guys?
I was just going to butt in and make a very quick point. Who's Thomas going to jump on, right? Obviously, he's probably going to transition across to another Vanguard. We did see the Ruby play quite a bit yesterday in the Payload match. So are we going to see that in Control? We'll have to wait and see. But I think that's going to be a big hit for Thomas, and we'll see how he adapts. And if he comes out of the gates and has a really strong performance like he did yesterday, then that's going to be really exciting.
Well, if there's someone to speculate, Shuri, I wanted to get your thoughts. What do you think Thomas is going to do in the absence of that Jabali?
It'll either be a Fade or a Ruby, and it really just depends on what the team's like different comps are and what the other people want to play, which one will be better. So it'll definitely be one of those two, though.
Yeah, and well, of course, Control. I mean, this is just such a hectic game mode, right? We see that hit OT. We unfortunately haven't seen many 99% overtimes that really go to the wire. And even one of the games yesterday ended up being a pretty open and shut case. in terms of how to structure your control push, is it about getting on the point early and really holding it down, or is it about being a bit more restrained and being able to kind of weather the storm and then come out for a comeback in the late round?
I mean, you got to remember, obviously, the point doesn't open up straight away, so you've got a little bit of time. It's not like it's absolutely necessary. The earlier you get there, then obviously the harder it is to actually get dislodged from it. I think the main thing then is being able to win that point. Once you've got that point, can you stagger the opposition? Can you make it difficult for them to kind of group up as 5, get their ults together, have that kind of clean, cohesive gameplay? You really want to pick them apart one by one, make sure that they're always staggered a little bit. That's really probably the best way to play it. But and obviously that means vice versa. If you have lost the point, you really do need to play a little bit passive at times. Just be a bit patient, get everyone together, and then push in almost like a snowball, and then try and take the point that way. You can't just be sending one in at a time, and then it's just pointless.
So, guys, we saw quite a bit of the 5v5 yesterday. We're still, I mean, I personally feel like I'm still learning about what the 5v5 is like, as different to the 3v3.
Yeah.
I was barely used to the 3v3. Now we've got so many more heroes on the table, right, in that 5v5. We know the Osis is gone. We know the Jabali's gone, but there's a massive slew of really powerful heroes still in the pool. What are you expecting to see?
And you're right, with 5 heroes now on the board, well, 10 total, of course. There's now 10 ults available as well, and Jake mentioning, you know, staggering spawn's really important, but also the ult economy. We saw teams yesterday that performed well were the ones that were able to use their ults the most effectively, able to synergize them together and actually get value from them. If you're getting staggered on spawn, it means the ult charges as well get staggered. It makes it really difficult to synergize as a team. And as we go through this bracket, the better teams are the ones that are going to be able to use them effectively.
Well, we often say that the proof is in the payload, but I think chaos tends to reign in control. Before we get into it, Shuri, tell me your prediction. Who's taking this map?
Exclusive easy.
There you go, short and sweet. I love that. Exclusive easy going up against their former teammate in Thomas on After Cult. And we're kicking it off on emmental for control here in this semi-final in the T3 Arena Finals. Let's get stuck into it.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with Shuri. Exclusive easy. They have the history. They come into this one as the favourites, and it's definitely going to be aided by the fact that they've banned out the Jabali from Thomas, who obviously a star player formerly from Exclusive. But keep an eye on Sol, especially on that Aletta. That's someone that's probably going to be the new win condition moving forward, I think, for Aftercall. Yes, Thomas is going to be probably the focus from Easy. They're going to look at him the most, but Sol definitely the one that stood out yesterday as well in terms of being able to get those kills, get that fragging done. So that for me is going to be is probably the one to look at. And obviously for Thomas, does go over to the Ruby with the Jabali banned out.
Yeah, the Ruby will play that primary Vanguard in the front lines, but of course keep in mind the Fade available as well, really critical in creating space, and some crowd control available as well. The first fight goes out, Thomas falls early, so a stark contrast to yesterday, unable to get a foothold in the early stages of this first control.
Yeah, so that's going to be Exclusive easy in the blue, and they've got themselves control straight away. That's not the start that Aftercot would have liked. Obviously, that was something that they were able to have yesterday. Very early point control established, and then from there, they were kind of hard to really move off of the point. Now they've got the opposite effect. Straight away, you're already noticing not having that Jabali, not having that front line from Thomas, and he is getting focused pretty heavily as well. Does get healed back up, stays alive, keeps himself in this game. Again, don't want to get staggered. Already up towards the 25% mark, as it is a little bit of a fallback here for Exclusive Easy towards the point. They are getting pushed back a little bit. Firebear almost losing his life, gets healed back up, and suddenly I think the fight's starting to turn the way in favor of Exclusive Easy. They find the Pryke, and the Soul Crates had fallen as well, and Paul's not long for this world. Exclusive Easy, Jet Patience, and they get the fight win.
And they just staggered back to the point, right? They sort of sucked their opponents in just enough to give them a false sense of security. The Ruby Shield did provide some support there for that push, but unfortunately, Easy, they're just able to combine abilities a little bit more efficiently, finding picks, isolating ones. That said, their opponent not completely staggered, so they'll be able to get at least 1 or 2 more pushes in.
Well, I mean, Sol just got completely sniped there. Again, those kind of instances of losing a player for basically nothing, especially Uraletta, can't get in the back line, back to spawn, has to come back. Such a time sink. Up to 66% now in terms of the point. Rafa, maybe a little bit of out of position, and does get called out by Sol. That's exactly what Aftercult needed. They've got to go towards the point. The good news for Easy, though, they've got a lot of ultimates available.
Yeah, they sure do. Looking to combine them as they defend this point, but overwhelmed and control seemingly being surpassed by them. After Colt looking to take that point close to capture, but Slime just delaying time as long as he possibly can for the rest of the team to potentially hold on. That said, control forfeited, and now we'll see Aftercold try and mount a comeback.
I will say, Ozilek and Hearts, they didn't use their ults. They understood that obviously Rafa out of position got caught, they didn't have the numbers, and so therefore, yes, they fought, they denied obviously a little bit of time, got themselves up to 86%, but did not overcommit. They knew it was a losing fight. They find the kill onto Thomas, the Ruby's gone, point has been flipped almost towards 20%. Graze is just barely staying alive, eventually falls to Rafa. Dal gets at least one back, gets rid of Hearts. The ultimates were used by Ozilek and Hearts this time around. Rafa has his, but unfortunately, the point has already swapped over to Easy. 95%, not a lot of time here for Aftercult, especially without Soul.
And time will conclude. That's going to do it. Round 1 coming to a pretty swift conclusion. Exclusive Easy with a pretty dominant first round, showing us why they are probably the favourites to take this season.
Yeah, and you look at the win conditions yesterday for Aftercall. Thomas and Sol, they just couldn't quite get into the game as much in this matchup. And obviously, you know, Thomas doesn't have the Jabali. Sol trying as much as possible to get towards the backline, but he's getting targeted a lot of the times very early on. Rafa played it really well from that distance, getting a couple of really nice snipes in. So at any point that we saw Exclusive have the control, and then they had access to that, they really pushed out. They got the pressure straight onto Aftercult, didn't really allow them to get themselves set. So really well played from Exclusive, and what of a turn of events really from yesterday, where it was kind of Aftercult doing this to Reinhardt's.
We prepare then for round number 2 to kick off, and I think for Aftercold it's looking to try and get a bit more value from those Vanguards. The Ruby was able to create some space for the team, but that lack of Jabali very evident early on here. Thomas leading the charge, dominant in those first pushes yesterday, looking to inflict as much damage as possible here. Craze taken low, looking to survive in that backline. Slime doing a lot of work, and Rafa to find the kill. Unfortunately, it's looking like it may well go the way of Easy once again. That said, Aftercult putting up a decent fight on point.
Yeah, they are, and Craze just barely stayed alive. Got a really nice heal. Thomas, though, again, losing their life pretty early in these fights. Yesterday, completely different story. He stayed alive. He was very difficult to actually take down, and he was fragging out so far. Struggling to get kills, struggling to really get involved in that regard, and now Easy have got to the point once again, as they did in that opening round. Slime very low, does need to be careful, gets healed back up, not too much though, eventually losing their life to Soul. Does get traded though quite quickly after that, 12%. This will be a bit of a reset now, and that's a good fight win for Easy.
Now, to Aftercold's credit, in the previous round, they didn't get staggered all too heavily, but something to keep in mind here for the second round as the pressure begins to amount. Choke over towards the right, the Ruby Shield down to try and create a little bit of space and sort of create a bit of a defensive perimeter here for Easy, who are just allowing that score to slowly tick up, and we need to see Aftercold contesting the point a little bit more heavily.
Well, I mean, Aftercold doing this, I think, pretty well at the moment. They're just trying to get around this right-hand side flank. Polis then watches the left. He can get some damage on towards the back, hoping that maybe Easy was kind of pushed out. Soul tries to get towards that back line. Unable to really find any frags at the moment. They lost Thomas straight away. Craze will probably fall pretty quickly. No, does get healed back up. Dal very low. Eventually finished off by Ozilek. And every single time that we're seeing one player kind of get picked off, it's in favor of Easy. They got the whole ult economy as well. 4 out of 5 have got their ults available. Not the same that can be said for Aftercult. Polis will lose his life, and this is becoming, unfortunately, a bit of a trend here. Easy just keep finding ways to get these picks.
And Thomas is just finding it so difficult to form a front line here for the final push. You can see the amount of pressure he is currently under. We'll have that ult though up in a little while. Has it now, able to pop it, but unfortunately taken down. So again, the Vanguard here for Aftercult not really providing the value needed. We're just going to see that score continue now to tick up.
Yeah, that's probably going to be that. Unfortunately, Thomas, it's one of those situations you try and pop the ult, try and force something, immediately lose your life, therefore you lose the ult because it's basically been wasted, 86%. And what's going to end up happening here is Aftercult just have to throw bodies onto the point to try and just keep this from ticking over in towards 100%, and they'll try and get to overtime. I mean, it's just going to get very scrappy. At no point are they going to get really a clean fight towards the end of this game. No ults really for anyone. Polis is getting his very shortly. There is that overtime bar, but immediately as it comes up, we see Sol go down. Rafa finding that kill again, and he's probably probably been the star player in this map so far here on Control. Firebird gets the double kill. There goes Dull and Craze. That should be the map. It should be pretty much a clean 2-0 from here as the overtime bar starts to tick down. Only one left. That's Polos trying to hold on for dear life. Soul eventually comes back, but again, all he's going to be able to do is just try and throw a body on the point, try and extend it, pops the ult, but it is probably all going to be for nothing.
That said, extending it so that they can maybe get Thomas back onto the point and ensure that he's getting heals. It could be possible, but it does feel like it will be inevitable. Overtime pushed again once more here by Aftercold, extending it as best they can, but it just seems like a futile effort at this point.
Yeah, and it's been that way probably for the last minute. It's unfortunately one of those situations where you've got no ults, you don't really have the presence. It means you kind of just have to throw bodies towards that point. 2-0 exclusive easy. We'll take control here on emmental, and really no surprises with the way that played out. Unfortunately, Thomas not having the Jabali meant the front line was quite weak for Aftercult. Soul couldn't quite get going because he got shut down by Rapper. I think more than anything, just sort of highlighting how good we saw exclusive easy playing.
Yeah, very well put. If anything, the only surprise to me is that I'm a little bit disappointed. I expected more out of Aftercult, but Shuri, and as the guys said very well, Thomas was really shut down.
Yeah, unfortunately, this team knows him more than anyone, and Jabali's his best character, and the easy tank is one of the best rubies in the world, so that Jabali ban didn't hurt them at all.
All right, so Shuri, talk me through some of the replays we're seeing here. What is it that made Easy so dominant?
Having Fiobi on that Waling, and he was flanking with it, which is not something you normally see with a sniper, but he was always getting behind the healer and tank, and he was always getting huge damage with that Waling, and that was really the biggest difference maker.
Yeah, so what else do we see, guys, that really turned the tide? I mean, in that first round in particular, you know, there was that wipe, full team wipe in about, what, 2 minutes? And then in that second round, it was just even more dominant. Aftercold just could not find any mojo whatsoever.
Yeah, and I guess just picking up on Shuri's point there, I think a lot of those sustained fights just didn't go particularly long, and not the way of Aftercold, because the healing on Thomas was lacking. We often saw him under quite a bit of pressure, and whereas on the side of exclusive easy, that Ruby was able to sustain, able to stay up, able to provide those shields, that utility, and help, of course, protect the rest of the team. Thomas was often flushed out very quickly. I think the only example that really comes to mind where he was able to survive was probably right at the very end, where it was already pushing overtime, and by that point, the game was pretty much already over, or that round was pretty much already over.
Yeah, well, that is the first of our 3 maps. What are you expecting moving forward, right? Payloads on Giga Cave Mine. The thing I've noticed about Giga Cave Mine, we saw this yesterday, is if a team on the defense can really play aggressive in that early, it's just like, it snowballs. There's no way that you can get out of that spawn trap.
If exclusive easy are defending first, this is going to be over very quickly. If they get to attack, I think we'll see the entire map, and we'll probably then see Aftercold. I don't see a way for Aftercold to push out of the caves here, because they don't have that Jabali, they don't have that front line. They're just going to get picked apart by the snipers of exclusive easy, long range distance, and I don't think really the modes make a difference in this matchup. I think exclusive easy just have the players, they just have the firepower to really deal with Aftercold. Coming into today, the hope was maybe that Thomas and Soul and Aftercold could potentially take it up to exclusive easy, but that was a very dominant control.
Well, moving on to Giga Cave Mine, let's have a look at the hero bans for this map. Keeping in mind that we saw the Osis and Jabali on the first one, we're seeing the Osis and Jabali again. Okay, great. Well, the Jabali in particular, we already talked so much about how getting Thomas off of that hero has such a significant impact. Shuri, what are you thinking for Giga Cave Mine? You know, is there a way that he can make it work with the Ruby? Is there a way forward? Keeping in mind we're talking about a completely different mode. You know, we're moving away from control. Going into Payload, is this something that Aftercold are particularly good at? Is this something that Easy are particularly comfortable with?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Ruby again, and a lot of what made the difference, I know you watch Thomas die, so it seems that way, but Super Bean, the reason that they picked him up, he is the best single-player healer on a team that there is in the entire game by so far. And so I think that extra healing that he can give, no one else can do that. And that is really what's the big difference here.
Well, we are actually ready to get straight on into the game. Believe it or not, I'm just quickly going to make an amendment. It's actually Christina, not the Osis, that has been taken out. So if you see Osis played here, it's not a mistake. The Christina was in fact banned, but it's time to get into Payload on Giga Cave Mine with Aftercult on their last legs. An exclusive easy with everything set before them.
Yeah, one more map until the grand final now for exclusive easy as we are apparently firmly into this one. Firebear finds the elimination onto Sol already, and then Craze very quickly after that. Well, speaking of quickly, this payload has already just about reached the conclusion.
Yeah, well, the Osis in play already making moves, as we can see currently. Sol as well, struggling at the moment. He'll be looking to have an impact in this game. Ult goes out, but limited impact. Bush coming to shove now, 15 meters on the payload remaining. And we'll see as to whether or not Aftercult are able to hold on
rapid.
here. Yeah, Thomas under so much pressure. Again, not getting the heals taken down.
Well, we obviously missed quite a large portion of the start. You can see down the bottom, 7-0 for Firebear. You got Rafa at 6-0. I mean, clearly just fragging out. At no point has there really been much of an opportunity for Aftercult on the defense to just stall this card out. It just keeps moving forward. 0.90 meters away. Finally contested because so close to spawn for Aftercult on the defense. But Sol, Thomas, both at the same time lose their lives. Same with Polos. A triple kill. And that is an absolute rapid finish to this one.
Wow, well, not too much more to say about that one as we entered midway through the round, but I guess expected result.
Maybe it wasn't midway through. Maybe we were just like 5 seconds. It was just that quick. It was just that quick. Well, obviously, the main thing we missed was the very beginning, through basically the cave itself.
Arguably the most difficult part of that.
Which,
attack.
as you said, yeah, arguably you would think typically should be one of the more difficult ones. You're trying to push out a spawn. There is no Jabali, even if, you know, we're talking about the fact that Thomas can't play it. We also can't see Hearts play it either. So, you know, clearly there's that situation where it's like maybe you can delay that, but evidently not. I mean, that was just absolutely fast-paced. And as I was kind of saying in the pre-map discussion for this, is that this is now where it's going to be very difficult for Aftercult. You're pushing out, you don't have that Jabali, and clearly having massive issues on the defense. Exclusive Easy are pretty close now to making their way to the grand final this afternoon.
Yeah, Ruby Fade combo here probably going to be quite impactful on this opening push. The dash and shield combo from those respective heroes can help in escaping what can be a very, very tricky spawn, but expecting the defense to lock this down Easy to win this best of 3, head themselves into the BO5 grand final in good stead.
Now, obviously, the way that this works is that it's time-based more than anything, so there's not a lot of time really in the clock for Aftercult here. They've got to make sure that they deal with this pretty quickly. Rafa does get taken down, Polos. That's not too bad. Rafa's been obviously so instrumental, not just in this map, but really in this entire series. Polos with another one. 3 quick kills for Polos.
Not
will
bad.
Get Aftercult out of the gates a little bit here.
And that's arguably the real first initial push already dealt with here by the attack. So Easy, arguably under the most pressure that we've seen in this series so far, headed by Polos. 3 kills to kick things off on a bit of a roll. Kills going through though, Sol able to pick one up as well, and you can see Easy staggered quite seriously on this initial spawn.
Yeah, this is a decent start here at the moment for Aftercult. They make their way out of the caves. Again, time a factor as they reach the minute mark. They've only got 3 minutes in total to sort of match/beat Exclusive Easy. That's still going to be a very difficult task. It's still very ominous. Slime in the back line now trying to get some work done. Firebear as well. Finally, we're starting to see a bit more of a fight back here from Easy. Crazy loses his life. Polos as well, as Thomas starting to really get involved here in this one. 4-0 from him. We'll now make it 4-1 though. Slime gets the kill back onto him.
Yeah, just getting stunned there by the opposing Fade. Rafa doing a good job in locking down that Vanguard, able to get that kill. Of course, in that position, Thomas probably had the odds against him anyway. But an opportunity now for Aftercult to reset, go in for another push. Plenty of time remaining and only 14.5 meters to go on that payload.
Yeah, not a lot of time, though. That's going to be the biggest issue here. It's pretty much, I would say, almost impossible at this point to probably see Aftercult actually winning from here. And now we're starting to see a little bit more dominance coming back from Exclusive Easy. Saying that, a couple of kills there. Firebear's gone. Same, potentially, I think Hearts just barely stayed alive. Ultimate available, but not really worth using with a couple of teammates that are dead at the moment. Slime gets a big kill onto Polos, who's actually been running havoc so far here in the cave. Sol loses his life, but it was at least a 1-for-1. Not too bad. Slime will fall very quickly after that. One thing that we're seeing Aftercall doing a lot better of so far here on Payload, finding kills, having themselves be in good positions in these team fights. Unfortunately, it just never translated seeing that cart move.
And Thomas now on an island once again. You can see he's surrounded by so much pressure. He is getting just enough heals to survive currently. Hits a good dash as well, so doing some good work. Able to find a kill as well. Survives, but eventually taken down. A minute to go. And now it's crunch time for Aftercall. Arguably their last opportunity to try and get a push through. Ult economy not terrible. Fade will have his in a moment as well. Ruby as well. Polos might be able to get his too for the final push. So it's not impossible for Aftercall, but still a difficult position.
No, it is impossible. They've only got 10 seconds. It's over. Yeah, it's time-paced, guys. Come on, you got to know this, mate. That's it. It's over. So it will be exclusive easy moving on to the grand final, but a commendable effort from Aftercall. Obviously, they still got to play it out, though. That's just the way the mode is.
Well, we'll see this final fight then, whether or not Aftercall can salvage anything from this matchup. Thomas, ult goes out. He's had a hard run. It's been a rough game for him without that Jabali. There's the Payload.
Oh, they got it.
Near the checkpoint. They got it.
Well, they got the checkpoint. So another 2.5 minutes of them just kind of playing around. But I think to sort of discuss that, it was at least somewhat better by Aftercall. And more than anything, Thomas started to really get involved. You can see 8-2 in this game on the Vanguard. 5-5 from Polos, but started as 5-1. So they were able to at least get themselves involved. Unfortunately, Sol just a 1-6. Struggling. A lot of different hero selections as well here from both teams, actually. So I don't know if maybe some playing around and maybe picking some obviously lesser known heroes, or at least not quite in the meta. And if both teams are just kind of having fun with it, especially at this point with 2 minutes left and the game being essentially over. The exclusive Easy have booked their tickets to the grand final, where they are going to, I would say, go in as favourites even over Argons.
I got excited there for Aftercall. It was difficult not to. I thought they were putting up a pretty stiff fight. Unfortunately, yeah, time obviously against them. Maybe not as one-sided as perhaps we expected heading into this one, but nonetheless, Easy still clearly the better team.
I mean, I think had we seen Aftercall attack first, and from what we saw, there definitely would have been even more excitement. There would have been a little bit of the, ooh, is this going to happen potentials, especially after getting that checkpoint. But, I mean, we obviously saw how rapid that push was from the exclusive Easy in the first half of things. On their attacking side, they were really, really quick pace, whereas this Payload here now has obviously been a little bit slower in moving forward. Rapper loses his life to Polos, and again, he can just start to really rack up the KDs. 10-2 for Thomas, at least able to get some kills here in this 1 minute left until this one's all obviously in the books. But look, Control didn't go the way Aftercall would have liked. The Jabali ban, absolutely crucial. But I think Aftercall did okay. I think they can be okay with themselves in this series. Exclusive Easy the best team, a lot of experience. But unfortunately, Aftercall not really able to send this one to a third map.
I think Easy will be quite pleased with probably their prep work and their inside, especially on Thomas heading into that game. That's target ban serving them well. As Aftercall look to, of course, try and find some value from this match. Thomas, himself, good value on the fade. 11-3 so far on this one. We've seen a couple of good solo plays from him. Another ult will be available in a moment for this next push is Polos as well, who's had a decent game as well. Gone a little bit cold, perhaps, as this game's withered to an end. But
yeah, it started really well though. I mean, coming out of the spawn, again, 5-1. So at least was able to be quite impactful there. Time has run out. Contested overtime now on to that Payload. Hearts is just sitting on that one, obviously, to make sure it doesn't keep moving. Thomas and Polos on top of it, and they do actually get the old squash on to Hearts, get him off it momentarily, and they'll once again get this Payload moving, but all for naught.
Well, we'll see if they can get it to the end, just as a...
Honestly, if they actually get it to the end, like you feel like that's a mini win.
It's not a big dub.
It's like an honourable loss, I guess, more than anything for Aftercall. Even getting it this far, I think, has actually been pretty admirable from them. Sure, I would probably say Exclusive Easy are not exactly playing like super hard try mode right now, but hey, Aftercall made it basically to the end. Thomas had an absolute enthralling game, so did Polos, and I think despite the fact that they knew they couldn't win, they still didn't really give up. They still didn't throw it in, and they kept pushing, kept fighting, have some fun with it. Thomas and Rafa changing there as well as Firebet. Dal actually finds the double kill. He might just complete this.
Yeah, we'll track Polis to see how much more damage he can do on this particular point. Now up to 11 kills as overtime contested, extended.
There you go.
And there we go. Round 2 does come to an end. It took just over 7 minutes, but
Big difference, 4-minute difference.
they got it done.
They got it done. Yeah, look, honestly, the time difference, Dev, absolutely massive. But the fact that after Cole, even if both teams were just having some fun with it, I think towards the end there, I mean, still, hey, it's something. It's an honourable loss. They were okay.
Yeah.
Thomas got some of his own individual revenge there. He played really well, but obviously that first half, more than anything, exclusive easy on the attack, absolutely fast-paced.
Yeah, and look, respect to you guys for sticking with it for 4 minutes after the game was, the result was already determined, and respect to After Colt. And, some respect to Easy as well for letting it slide. You could tell that they were having a little bit of fun with it. We saw the Diggy come out. We also saw Thomas getting BM'd a little bit. Shuri, I actually saw a smile creep onto your face for just a moment as we saw the entire of Exclusive Easy kind of dancing over after they took out Thomas. There's been a lot of character in this game.
Oh, definitely. And I want to be really clear. Thomas, against what's arguably the best team in the world, just went 14-4 on his second best character. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy. He deserves a lot of props for that.
Yeah, he really does. But of course, the props should first and foremost go to Exclusive Easy, particularly for that first round, which we absolutely blitzed through. We got through a little bit late. I liked what you said, Xenox. You said, I think we might have only been 5 seconds or so too late, but that just goes to show how fast that payload was speedrunning towards its destination. What a phenomenal team. Yes, I think, as Shuri said, this is the best team in the world right now.
Yeah, they're going to be very difficult to beat in the grand final later. I'm anticipating it will be Argons, obviously, to match up with them in the grand final. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we've got the other semi-final to play after this one, but 2-0, very clean. Control was extremely dominant. The attacking side on Escort was extremely dominant. Defensively, they started to have some fun with it, clearly. And so, therefore, I think that was a big reason why Aftercot was able to at least even complete the payload, but obviously in a very slow manner. So, no, I mean, that was probably the best preparation for the grand final for Exclusive Easy. They got to shut down Thomas. They got to go into the prep work and get some things done there. Unfortunately for Sol, he couldn't quite probably match yesterday's performance. It is what it is. I thought, the likes of Rafa and Co. and a lot of the attacking options for Exclusive Easy made it very difficult for them. So, well played to Exclusive Easy. Commiserations, obviously, for Aftercot. They will stick around because there is a third place match to play later.
It's very true. So we won't say goodbye to Aftercult just yet, neither for Easy, but we're about to say hello to Exclusive Argons and the Beasts who are playing in the second semi-final on the other side of this break.
To be heroes, blood on your knuckles, heroes, the world on your shoulders, heroes, giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won, heroes. Pain is the price for something greater. You lay your life on a floor line when everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside. Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns?
I'm moving through the heat. This room is hazy. Keep running through the lights inside my head. I find myself a drink, and now it seems I'm 6 or 7 deep. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning. But I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going. So light me up. So light me up. So light me up. A face I've never seen, her body close to me, and suddenly there's nothing in between. Keep moving to the beat, that's all I like and need. It's 3:30. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning, but I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going. Good God, I'm gonna feel this in the morning, but I don't care right now. I'm gonna keep this party going. So light me up. So light me up.
One team has already carved their name on the very exclusive plaque that is a finalist in this season finals. But of course, we are yet to determine the second, and so we must go to another semi-final. This time it's Argons versus the Beasters, and it is another David and Goliath match, as we are so familiar with here in T3 Arena. But I have a feeling that Beasters might actually have the dog in them to fight for a spot in that final. But of course, I'm Dev, and I'm joined by some lovely lads here in the studio. We've got Xenox and Guz. Actually, do you prefer Jake or Xenox? Like, what's the go? I'm not really sure where we sit at the moment.
Well, I sit here.
Oh, okay.
You sit there.
That's very literal of you.
And
call
Shuri
me-
sits a long way away.
It says Xenox, so I'm going to stick to
you can
Xenox.
go with
Because I
that.
think if I call you Jake, I'm going to have to call him Michael. And Shuri,
I don't know if you have to.
we could do Jake and Gus.
Jake and guys.
Shuri, can I dox you? What's your first name?
Anthony.
Anthony. Should I call you Anthony or Shuri?
Sure is fine.
Okay. In that case, I think everyone goes by their aliases. Shuri, we have a fantastic game coming right up, right? Argons, they were the runners-up of last season, but there's been a hell of a lot of roster changes since then.
Oh yeah, there's been a ton of them, but it's still some of the best players in the world, and we actually have some people returning like Rodeo and Jizuki, who are both going to round this roster out, and you guys might not know them, but they were some of the most winningest players for the last year before they quit like a month and a half ago, so it's going to be a really star-studded lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the bracket so we can kind of reiterate, place all these teams back in where they belong. And of course, for Exclusive EZ, that is undoubtedly in the fight for the championship up in that grand final BO5, which we'll be playing at the end of today. Before that, we've got to get through this semi-final. And of course, After Colt are ready and waiting for an opponent to face in that third place match. Now, keep in mind, the third place game is still fighting for $500 US, and in that championship game, first place takes home 3,000, second place takes home 1,000. So there's a lot to fight for. Unfortunately, that does mean that one of these 4 teams that we still have today is going to take home nothing.
Yeah.
Is it going to be Beasters or Argons? It was very unlikely it's going to be Argons, but Beasters are certainly going to be fighting tooth and nail just to see a cent at it today.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen Beasters at all because obviously their match against the Wallies, didn't take place yesterday. So obviously for us, it's a little bit of an unknown to a degree. Obviously, we know a little bit more about Argons and sort of what they're going to bring to the table, and I think that they are probably the Goliath in this matchup here, unfortunately, for Beasters. In terms of Beasters versus Aftercon, and again, that's a whole different story later on. That I'm assuming that will be the matchup that does take place for third place. So look, right now for Argons, it's a matter of can they beat Beasters in a similar fashion to what we saw from exclusive Easy over Aftercon. They probably need to win this, I think, pretty convincingly. Otherwise, if they don't and they struggle a little bit, then exclusive Easy will probably just run home in the grand final.
So, Shuri, let's start digging into Beasters. I mean, you hopefully will have a lot more insight into this roster than we will because, I mean, this is a team that played through those wild cards, right? They qualified for here, but they're not one of the big names.
Actually, you guys have seen them, and they came in second in the invitationals. This is Dodgers. They had some roster issues, and so they ended up having, so they actually had to drop out and re-qualify through the wild cards because their players couldn't join, and they didn't have anyone on their bench, so they had to completely redo everything.
Wow, that's a big change. Guz, has this changed much for us? I mean, I personally, I was like, oh, Beasters, this is some, wild card team. But no, this is the Dodgers. These guys are a known name even from last season's finals.
I think it raises the stakes and the excitement a little bit. Is it going to necessarily put them in as favorites? I think it's probably a little bit difficult to go quite that far in this matchup, but hoping it's competitive. If the third place match doesn't end up being a 3-mapper, which it probably should be, this one, in my eyes, is a very close second in the potential of being a close series.
Well, obviously, so Nagi, Federal, the brothers, these guys, last time we remember them as Dodgers, definitely have that potential to probably cause a bit of a boil over here and take down Argons. Maybe not, as Scott said, favorites or anything along those lines, but suddenly I think we can have a contested series, and that's what I would like to see. Hopefully, can we go to Old Medina? Can we go to a 3-mapper? Like, can we see this really be a little bit back and forth? In my mind, probably Argons still come into this as the favorites, but realistically, this should be a lot closer than we originally anticipated.
Very exciting. I'm super keen to see the new face Dodgers, the Beasters, but of course Argons as well, runners-up from last season finals. And I mean, there are some names that I remember oh so well. T3 God, infamous for what he has been able to do. One of the best players in the world, especially on his particular roles. Cole as well. He was such a good Jabali last season, back when Jabali was a little bit less meta behind Ruby, Jizuki as well. I mean, start breaking this down for me, Shuri. I mean, these are some well-known names, but what are they as a unit, as a team?
They're actually a really good team, and Xenox actually knows who Kunai is. His name used to be AIM, and he single-handedly carried his team to second place in our first ever tournament in T3 Arena. And this team is just a star-studded lineup, and they've been doing really good from what I've heard in all of their scrims.
So what are you expecting out of hero bands here, Jake? What do you think that these guys will be looking to target? Is it a case of, you get rid of that Jabali if you're on Beasters to maybe target someone like Cole?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we obviously saw what can take place if you do get rid of probably what is one of the more influential heroes like a Jabali and sort of what they can do in terms of maybe disrupting, as long as you feel comfortable not having a Jabali yourself, right? Like, that's the main course of action. Maybe something like an Ossus as well, potentially. We saw some interesting bans yesterday, didn't we, where we were seeing things like Victors and whatnot, whereas I don't think we're seeing that today. I think we're starting to see a little bit more of the normal bans come through.
Well, let's spin it up and have a look at what we've got at the end of the day. The Ossus was a good call from you, and the Christina once again. I didn't see any Christina bans at all. I mean, up until the most recent couple of play days. Shuri, maybe you've got some insight. What is the go with this Christina ban? Why do we keep seeing it pop up? And also, the fact that we've seen the Christina and the Ossus go out, what does that leave in the table for these teams?
So the reason that Christina's getting banned is they recently got a buff, and you can do so much more explosive damage in a higher radius. So if everyone's in the hill, you can take all 4 or 5 of them out with one barrage from Christina. And I think we're going to see a lot of things like Waling, maybe Ya, and Kazama.
There you go. I mean, T3 God as well, very known for his Ya play. We'll see whether exclusive Argons bring it out here as we get onto Control here for emmental. This is where it kicks off. This is always chaotic. This is always a lot of fun. And it is Beasters who have all the work set before them. They're going up against the runners-up from last season finals, Inner X Argons, and we'll see at the end of the day who takes this first map.
Yeah, should be an exciting one, obviously, for Beasters, formerly Dodgers, a team that have got a lot of experience, a lot of talent on this roster. Obviously, Sagi and Federal, the brothers, always one to keep an eye out for, as well as Zeta, who's been around basically since the inception as well. So I'm very much hoping we get this back and forth, contested kind of series, even if it does end up as a 2-0, guys, as long as it's still closely contested in the maps themselves.
And looking at these compositions, the thing that stands out to me is probably the difference in the secondary Vanguard options here, right? You have the Ruby, the frontline, the Shield, but we're also going to see the Fade and the Jabali, respectively, for both rosters. They both offer something slightly different in creating space and doing some crowd control. So double Shield for Beasters, and we'll see if they can play into that.
All right, point available onto the point we now go. Kai's under the back as well. Just gets pulled off very slightly, though. It is going to be Beasters that have started quite well. They got a couple of nice frags. T3 God being one of the main ones to obviously keep an eye on him getting taken out. And It will be Beasters that have taken the opening point rather cleanly. They didn't lose a single player, guys. 3 quick kills, and that was all it was needed to push Argons off and away from the point. They'll look to regroup.
Argons immediately now jumping onto the Labula, so looking to get some more heals on the board here, try to support that front line. Again, the Fade Ruby combo for those Vanguards, looking to be perhaps a little bit more aggressive compared to Beasters.
So almost up to 25% already. Bit of time taken for Argons to regroup, get themselves into this one. Fight taking itself off of the point. It is T3 God that fights a decent frag to at least get Argons into that front line, dealing some damage. Noir loses his life, though. Federal taken down. That's the Jabali off the board now for Beasters, though. So maybe that front line could be unlocked here for Argons to get onto the point, and lo and behold, it has been. It will be 44% for Beasters, but the point has flipped now over to Argons.
It's setting us up for a close game, perhaps one of the most hotly contested controls we've seen thus far for Super Season 2, and we'll see if they're able to sort of resist this initial push. Decent start here at the moment. Argons able to push back Federal with that shield in hand, but that ult will be available in a moment for the Jabali.
T3 God once again looking to get some damage.
Oh, but taken down.
Yeah, gets a big kill onto Federal. Center as well, finding one, so it technically was a 1-for-1 trade, but you've lost that Jabali, who now Federal has actually switched over to the Ruby. Femi still on that Aletta, ult available. Same with the Labula, pops it, gets some heals out, 32% now up to 44 as well, still for Beasters, looking to try and flip it back in their favor. They've got themselves some control momentarily. Kai's with a big kill onto Noir, up to 40%, and the fight now moves from the back room back over towards the point.
And the Coral Blast there we saw earlier from the Labula just being able to deny the entry point there. So good work from Argons, creating some decent space, but unfortunately the secondary half of this push has not gone their way. A hotly contested point, Beasters almost capping 53% for Argons. It's only a millimeter away from being capped, but eventually confirmed, and Beasters now well and truly back in this game.
Yeah, and as they flipped it as well, they got the kills onto Chizuki and T3 God as well. 2 big players to get rid of. Chizuki just the 1 kill so far on the Vanguard. 4-3 for T3 God. Started slow, but really starting to make a lot more of an impact as the game's gone on. This is a big opportunity for Pem in the backline. Needed to try and fight a kill. Doesn't on the Aletta. Half health. Goes invisible. Tries to get the kill onto Kaizen. Getting some heals. Can't find the frag in the back. Noir does get rid of Kaizen eventually. Beasters lose 1, now 2. 71%. That point, though, I imagine will flip very quickly to Argons.
So 3.5 minutes, 56% to 74. Very close for both of these rosters, and having a look at the ult economy, it does look like Beasters perhaps will be in a slightly better position in a moment, especially Ruby getting her ult shortly. So this may well be the next fight that sort of determines the outcome of this game.
70% to 74%. Yeah, not too many more opportunities will be forthcoming for either team really at this point. This next fight, absolutely massive. Ultimates available though, coming online for Argons. So over towards this room again, coming on out. Pemi popped the ultimate.
Oh.
Nice big dash and stun though. The Labula take it out along with Noir. Massive kills here for Beasters, and they desperately needed it. With the points still in favor of Argons, they need to flip it back up to 89%, and they will just about get it. It's close. Federal just trying to hold on. Jizuki's there as well. Zeta trying to get some damage in to find the kill. Does do so in the end. Jizuki will fall. 96% for Argons. Now ticking over to 80% for Beasters, but they've just lost Zeta.
And Jizuki did such a good job there to try and stall out the point for as long as he possibly could, but eventually taken down. Space now created for Beasters. Just under 10% remaining for this point. Argons have one push to go, and they need to get on this point as soon as possible.
So far, it's been hotly contested. Both teams, even as you can get, 96 to 96%, still in favor of Beasters, though. One more push for Argons. If they can win this fight, they can flip it over. Overtime we go. That bar makes its way in. Zeta, that's a big kill. He loses his life. T3 gone. That's massive to get rid of the top fragger in the server at the moment. Pretty much all of the kills going the way of Argons. Still got to flip that point over, though. 99%. One more to deal with. There goes Sagi. They'll flip it over from 96% very quickly. This should go over to 100% for Argons. Not a lot of time to rush onto the point. There it is. They just make it in. Overtime bar makes its way up. First kill so important. Kaizen and Kami will fall. Argons, I think, are about to steal this one away from Beasters.
They just need to be able to survive this final push. Overtime extended once again. Just able to push it a little bit further. Not a lot of time remaining. Not a lot of mistakes can be made at this point, but the round comes to a conclusion. Argons able to snatch it in the closing phase.
T3 God definitely a massive factor there in that game. Started a little bit slow, especially in the portions where we saw Beasters get off to that amazing start, get early point control up to 25%, largely uncontested. But T3 God, as the game went on, more and more impactful, big kills. Zeta as well, definitely a standout for Beasters. Top fragger eventually I think was like 9-3 to begin with, but yeah, ultimately that's the kind of game we wanted. We wanted that contest, both teams going at it, and you can't get any closer than 100% beating out 99%.
It's probably the most competitive T3 we have seen so far. Honestly, it was really close, incredibly competitive. We saw some great switch-ups, counter-picks from both rosters in terms of the hero department as well in this new 5v5 format. So that's really exciting to watch. Both teams in great form heading into this game. I guess for the other exclusive roster, Easy, they're probably looking at this thinking, perhaps maybe now we're at a good spot. If these two teams are battling, we're probably better than both of them edging out, but nonetheless focusing on this matchup in isolation. Super exciting, super competitive, and hopefully we replicate it here in the second round.
I do wonder if this is going to be a case, though, where Argons maybe were caught napping to begin with in the first round. They'll look to maybe open things up here in the second, take out this control. The other part of it as well is when you've got Payload to play after this. That's a very early kill, though, for the side of Beasters. As they started the opening round, they will do so in the second. 3 quick calls as Jacuzzi will fall to Sagi. T3 God probably just has to back out, and they will concede the point. It's deja vu to the opening round, and it is Kaizen that gets a little snipe kill onto T3 God. Decent little stagger, and denies a little bit of time away from Argons.
So not a little bad start here to kick things off for this initial push. Kaizen with 3 kills, a good way to open up the account here, apply some early pressure, gain a bit of confidence as well, and if they can get a significant lead, and it would be the largest we've seen in this series thus far, and that could compound into something larger.
Hemi doesn't find the frag on Sasagi. Very low, both of them, 32%. He has to go for the point flip, but obviously Beasters will come back and make sure it doesn't flip over basically nothing. Pemi losing their life to Kaizen, Jizuki as well. Zeta, hello, double kill just like that, and that's going to be Argon's push pretty much wiped aside, 45% and ticking upwards. Not many more opportunities for Argons. They haven't even had control of the point at all in this second round.
Looking at those Vanguards to really step up here. Probably need Jizuki to create space with the fade. The dash not quite landing. Dodged by Zeta, who's on a bit of a heater at the moment, playing well. Able to disrupt this push, looking to stagger the spawns. Escapes. So decent work here from the Assassin in just creating a little bit of pressure. Not doing a ton of damage currently though, but it allows the likes of Kaizen and Kami to get into this fight now. Create more pressure from behind as that timer continues to tick down. This fight is taking place a long way away from the control point.
Yeah, a couple of trades as well, so not a clean fight for either team. Argons lost 2 players. They got 3 back, though, at least onto Beasters. Up to 80%. Have they got the numbers here? Kaizen finally taken out by Pemi. Absolutely needed to find that kill, and they flipped the point in their favor, stopping Beasters at 83%. They can finally start to get a bit of control here, start to push out, try and get a bit of stagger back the other way, and they are making sure that this fight doesn't necessarily end straight away. Sagi low, finally finished off. That's at least a little bit of momentum for T3 God that they can build on if they can find some more stagger kills.
Very small room for error, though. Any point flip from this point onwards would likely be disastrous for Argons as they look to hold on to the point, applying pressure. Pemi looking to inflict as much damage as possibly can at this
Big
short
kill.
range. Does onto Zeta, who has been shut down quite well by Argons in the last minute or two.
Yeah. And that's one thing that we're seeing at the moment. Beasters are not grouping up. They're not just waiting at spawn, get all 5 people together. They're continuing to just kind of send 1 or 2 in at a time. 40% now for Argons. This is perfect for them, and they also don't have to really use ultimates for it. Pami taken very, very low. Kaizen trying to get some shots in here, and eventually Sagi will find the kill onto Pami.
Oh!
Double the Labula will fall as well. Zeta 2 though by Jizuki. Absolutely needed to find that kill for Jizuki low. Now finished off very quickly. There's not that many actually on the point for Argons. I think this is going to flip over to Beasters, and it very well will. It's only 60% for
contested.
Argons. Never mind, last second contest by T3 God, but more than anything, he's just thrown his body onto the point. 87% and counting. They've got to play this patiently. They need to concede overtime. They need to concede 99% here. Argons need all 5 players, and they then need to rush onto the point. This will 100% go to 99%.
Don't have much time, though, to sort of form this final push as the time comes to a close. We enter overtime, and it's going to get real chaotic now on this point.
Jizuki very, very low. Take it early. Save with the Labula. Falls to Zeta. No surprises there. Another impactful kill. Kaizen doing a lot as well for the backline. Got that kill onto Pemi, making it so difficult for Argos on the point, and it will be 100% in the second round. 1-1 between these two teams. We need to go to a third here on emmental for the first time today, and these two teams are looking very close.
And I think a lot of that second round was probably won off the initial push, that early dominance on the scoreboard. It was very difficult to crawl back into that particular round of control. Far less contested, far less close, especially in the early stages, comparatively what we saw in that first round. We saw key players like Zeta really stepping up, doing a lot of damage there on that assassin role, staggering the spawns there of the opposition. And players like the Labula, for example, not probably having as much of a healing output as they would have liked on that side.
So, we go to a third round. Opportunities now for both teams. Obviously, payload maps to follow after this. So it's the one and only control that does actually play out here, of course, in this semi-final matchup. It does give you that tiny little edge. If you can win this round, you've got yourself at least 1 in the books. You only have to win 1 of the 2 payloads. You lose this, though, and suddenly both payloads will need to be won. You will have to win on Old Medina if you lose this round. Objective is now unlocked. Here we go. Jizuki already quite low. Almost taken down. Just barely kept alive on the point. Never mind. Eventually will fall to Sagi. Sure, Zeta will fall though. But shortly after that was T3 God. So far, yeah, the point has gone the way of Argons. But I think winning the fight might just about be Beasters here. Almost, though. They do lose Sagi. That's a big kill from Pemi, who did struggle a little bit in that last round to find kills for Argons. Up to 12%, but still contested.
Yeah, Federal just being able to stay alive, but only just needs some heals. Unfortunately, though, Pemi able to deny that control on the point. So we're up to 20%. Argons in a good position. Zeta knocked out, and it's going to be difficult to crawl back into this point initially. So there's going to be a nice, big, hefty early lead like we saw in the second round.
Yeah, really, really nicely done from Argons. They get initial point control. As you said, they'll build a lead from that in terms of percentage. They'll also have a nice little ult economy established as well. Old Beasters need to group up. They need to go for this one, get it closer towards that 50% mark, look for the flip. 40% now. They do group up. Nice shot coming out from Noir. Now on the left, has swapped around with Pemi. Ult doesn't really find the kill though. Cammy taken low, but hasn't been finished off. Not just yet. Kaizen once again. Big frags out from him. Gets rid of T3 God. That's a slight advantage now for Beasters in a 5 versus 4. Never mind. 4v4-3 now after a double comes out. Eventually traded though by Federal with an ult of his own. Pemi follows up. It's absolutely chaotic on the point.
Yeah, but again, the time continues to tick up here for Argons, now pushing over towards 70%. Beast is so close to capping point, but unfortunately they lose control. They lose that Ruby. Zeta as well falls sort of not in form like he was in the first round, finding it difficult to get himself back into this game. Now eclipsing 80% for Argons, looking to run away a little bit in this final round of control.
Yeah, this is probably the most one-sided this map has looked so far. Zeta once again losing their life 1 and 4 here in the third round. As you said, amazing really the first 2 rounds, but since then, here in this third, in this do-or-die clash, hasn't been able to get involved. T3 got 5 and 2, Pemmy 5 and 0, leading from the front line.
back cap!
The back cap flip, just to deny at least a little bit of time for Beasters to maybe get control, get back into this one. They won't have it for long though. They do still need to regroup. It's a matter of how long can they just continue to scrap out on this point.
And that's a critical mistake, allowing Beasters onto the point, but Argons, they don't let that last for long.
Get on it.
They get that cap. We now enter OT.
99% overtime. It still, though, means Beasters are in a position where they kind of have to just throw bodies onto the point. They're not going to be able to group up as all 5. Argons definitely in the driver's seat from here, especially after getting that kill onto Kites, and Cammy will fall too. 2 very quick kills for Argons. 5 versus 3 from here. Not a lot of bodies on the point now for Beasters. Ultimate's coming up. Kites will come back. Can they hold on for him? He's got his ultimate available. So does Federal. Very low. Didn't use it. Lost his life. Same with Zeta, but no kills falling the way for Beasters. They're getting nothing here onto Argons, and that overtime bar is just shrinking rapidly. It's gone 100%, and Argons will take out emmental.
Woo! Wow. What a game. That has got to be the best single map that we have seen so far in Super Season 1 of T3 Arena. That was, my heart was in my hands the whole time. I had to keep putting it back in my stomach because, man, it was just unreal. Shuri, I looked at your face in that first round. What was it? 44% from 0 to 44 for the underdogs of Beasters. And I looked at you on the TV, and you just you were like a goldfish. Your mouth was open. You couldn't believe what you were looking at.
I really couldn't. It was in absolute shock. The thing is that Nagi is one of the biggest stars outside of these top 2 exclusive teams, and Kaizen, one of their pickups, is #1 in the world right now on Scotty, so I expected that from those 2. But Zeta, he is the most improved player I've ever seen. He came in there and he did his job, just being paired with Nagi and the #1 Scotty in the world. He did his part. In Cammy, wow, the heals from Cammy, especially in the first 2 rounds, and finally exclusive did knock Cammy down a lot in that 3rd round, and I think that's really what made the biggest difference.
Well, back to that first round again, that was really where the precedent was set that this was going to be a tight affair. It was 0 to 44% lead, and then that flip happened, and Argons, they really made a comeback. But, it still wasn't over yet. This ended up at 99% all.
Yeah, and then obviously in the second round, we saw Beasters had even a little bit more in the tank than that opening round. I think, it's probably one thing to come out in the opening round, have a good start, but then kind of fall by the wayside a little bit after that. But to then fight back into that second round, obviously somewhat disappointing in the third round that, they couldn't quite get the same amount of control as they did in the first 2. But I think that's probably more to do with Argons and probably just stepping up their own play and understanding what do we need to do. And obviously dealing with Cammy was one thing, dealing with Zeta as well was the other. So 1-0 obviously for Argons. That means they only have to now get 1 of the 2 payload maps, whereas now obviously for Beasters they got to go the hard way. They got to win 2.
Yeah, I feel like we could talk about that first map for a very long time, but of course we do have to move on to Payload. Giga Cave Mine is next up on the chopping block, and Argons, believe it or not, despite it felt like Beasters had the possession most of the time, of course Argons do at the end of the day get that first map under their belt. Let's have a look at the hero bans for the second map here. It's going to be the Christina once again, and the Aletta joining her this time around. So the Osis has slipped on through, as has the Jabali, the Ruby, and all these great Vanguards, Shuri. So this Aletta, we did see some impressive Alettas in that first map. The ults came out, weren't always as impactful. What do you think is Argons going for here with this Aletta ban?
I'm not really sure because Nagi did such a great job on it, but I think they probably want him to go sniper, and if you're going to get rid of your best Aletta, then you might as well get rid of their Aletta. I think that's what they're going for.
Yeah, and as for just generally looking at Payload, obviously Control was a very tight affair, but I mean, this is a very different style of game, and we talk so much about that cave entrance, right? The very start of Giga Cave Mine, if you can't push that payload past that first hump, it's so challenging, right? You're just going to get spawn trapped.
I think in general this is going to be a very fascinating mode because, you know, typically Payload is where we see the best teams, you know, usually those from exclusive do their best work. We obviously saw that in the last semi-final, the absolute stark difference between the two teams on Payload. So this is where I think Beasts once again are going to have the work cut out for them, but I'd love to see them to once again keep it contested, keep it tight. I said earlier that, you know, this might end up being a 2-0, but even if it's a 2-0 that is closely contested, I think would be a bit of at least a decent effort from Beasties.
I think the most intriguing thing for me is probably, you know, that hero ban phase and the fact we are going to see all the Vanguards available, right? It's not like we're seeing that Jabali or maybe the Ruby for the initial push, right? So there's going to be a lot of damage dealing and protection from shields as well, potentially on that front line. So maybe that initial push won't be quite as difficult. I'm not obviously going to sit here and say it's going to be a walk in the park. It's certainly not going to be easy. It's always tough just due to the structure of the map. But maybe with that Aletta instead banned out, it could make attacking just a smidge easier and perhaps a little bit more competitive on that final phase.
Well, on the first map, Beasters were lights out in the first 2 rounds. Both times they managed to establish quite a significant lead. But here we're on to a Payload game, and the momentum is everything here. Argons have firmly grasped it, and they've got a very firm hold of it now. Let's see if they can move on to Payload and continue that momentum.
Well, I'm just glad that we were able to get into this one from the beginning and not basically halfway through it, as we evidently saw with the first semi-final. Big map coming up, of course, for Argons. If they win this, just straight into the grand final.
You good?
Are you good?
I'm great. I'm just excited. Honestly, I think the hype, the excitement, it's built up after that first Control, right? Arguably the most competitive game that we perhaps have even seen throughout this entire season, right? We saw back caps in the 3rd round as well. We could also see that potentially here, but the setup coming through from the defense. We'll see those Ruby shields placed down, ready to absorb this incoming damage.
Well, it will be Argons attacking first out of the caves. They will be going, so we'll hopefully get to see a decent amount of this map rather than just a bit of a stall out in the opening checkpoint. Zeta getting caught in the back here by T3 God, getting a lot of damage in. Nice little combination, loses their life stand with Kami straight away. It's just Argons that have made a very, very big statement coming out of spawn. A couple of nice kills. That Payload will start moving.
Yeah, T3 God, we saw some big multi-kills over on Control as well, and he kickstarts with 2 swift kills on the exit here for the attack, and now trapped at this upcoming choke. We're going to see it very difficult for Beasters to push through this fade. They're trying their best, trying their hardest to push through, get back onto that point, but it's 4-0 already for Fade.
Again, Noir, big kill, just keeps things really moving along very swiftly for Argons. That already just 13 meters away from that checkpoint. Nice kill on to Saga. The Ossus, another one as well to Kaizen, who of course was an absolutely instrumental player on Control. That's the checkpoint already established, just a smidge over 1 minute. Very, very quick pace at the moment from ex-Argons, and in some ways you can maybe get a bit of an idea. I'm not sure what's happening here, but...
Okay. Well, I guess we continue forward. We'll see what plays out.
So we've had a technical issue, and we're actually going to have to quickly pause this game and get back into it in just a moment. But, man, it was quite a bit of action that we've already seen right off the chopping block. Argons really, they were flying at the start. Was it 30 seconds? 3 kills. That fade went absolutely bananas.
Yeah, I mean, T3 God as well, double kill. We then saw the Ossus, the snipers going head-to-head, and the attack edging out. So... Look, regardless of what happens with the pause, Argons are on top.
In terms of why we had to rehearse and get this back going, unfortunately one player dropped, so we're just getting back in.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, was that from... I know. Was that from the beginning, or was that just around the point they got the checkpoint?
Yeah, apparently it was just as the game was starting. One player dropped, so it wasn't... I mean, obviously we can still take a bit from what Argons are able to achieve, but, you know, there's always going to be that asterisk there. Shuri, do you have much to add in terms of what you saw there? Maybe a bit of a taste of what's to come, and you know, if your Beasters who did get off to maybe on the wrong foot at the start of that game, anything they can take in when we get back into it, so that they're prepared to get off on the right foot.
Yeah, definitely. At the end of that third round in Control, Jazz actually switched from tank to healer, and they carried that over into this escort. I think they definitely need to focus on that healer in Jizuki because he's so good at healing, and they actually switched him onto healing, which is why Beasters ended up losing the third round of Control. So you have to stop him in this escort.
Yeah, of course, that first little leg of Giga Cave is so challenging to get out of. And I mean, for Argons, like on the attack, we always expect them to have that gusto to just get in there and get it done. But I don't know, I'm not fully convinced yet because we didn't really see a fair shout of what Beasters have to offer.
In saying that, I mean, I think what we probably did see was not that surprising.
I mean,
that's why we didn't even realize that maybe potentially there wasn't even a player that
I mean, even
in.
if there was a player down, I think some of the highlight players we saw, again, the Tier 3 God double, the Ossus double as well. I don't know how much an additional player was going to necessarily affect those individual players. Of course, that's all in hindsight. We can only spitball as much as we possibly can theoretically. But Argons probably off Control. Playing as the better team, the favoured team, as expected, heading into this one. But that said, the dynamic could change. We could jump back in 5v5 and it could be a different game. So.
Yeah, and of course, Beasters will have the advantage of knowing exactly what Easy did that worked so well. Since we've got a bit of time here, Shuri, I'd love to pick your brain a little bit because it does feel like, as someone who's not quite an expert on T3 myself, I don't claim to be that great at the game, the meta just seems to be evolving constantly. Like, it feels like only yesterday that every second we were talking about Gatlin, Ruby, and yet now we're seeing, Christina banned out, we're seeing the Aletta banned out, we're seeing the Ossus have such an impact, both high presence in the bans and in the picks. So what has been changing? Obviously, there's been a lot of buffs and nerfs coming through, and a lot of teams are figuring out the optimal way to play 5v5, but why is it that we're not seeing the Gatlin? What are the most important heroes in the current state of the game?
So Gatlin actually got nerfed, and a lot of the heroes that are good now didn't actually get buffed, but Gatlin made it to where they were unplayable before, and now that they're playable and they synergize so well with stuff, you're going to see so many different heroes get unlocked. One of them's Ya, another one's Aletta, that were both really good and didn't get a buff, but they did get unlocked by not having that Gatlin be there because the Gatlin did get nerfed. So you're going to see a lot more Gloria, Aletta, and Ya than you ever did before, and they're very strong characters.
Perfect. Well, that's some great context, and as you can see, we're about to get right back into the content of this game. Payload on Giga Cave Mine. Of course, as a bit of a refresher between Argons and Beasters, this is a semi-final for a spot in that grand final up against exclusive EZ. We already saw Control on emmental, and Argons took that in a very tight 2-1. Now into Giga Cave Mine. We're back in from the rehost. Argons were off to a flying start before, but let's see now that Beasters have all 5. Can they do one better?
Yeah, hopefully they can. That was a pretty rapid start, obviously, for Argons. We obviously now know, of course, that it was a bit of a 4v5, and even with that, then the 4 probably aren't really going at 110% either. So hopefully for the sake of Beasters, they can put up a little bit more of a defense, because that was rapid pace. That was a minute to the checkpoint, which meant that they were probably on pace for maybe a 2.5 minute finish, which would have been very difficult for them to match. Argons, of course, stay on the attack coming into this one here on the Giga Cave Mines, and for Beasters defending.
Yeah, fingers crossed. All 10 players are now inside of the lobby. We can kick off the second round in the best of 3 in terms of heroes initially selected. We are going to see that Ossus again on the side of the attack for Argons, looking to create space early, maybe get a pick or 2 on the backline here of the defense and try to rattle them.
Alrighty, underway we go. Argons, it's Noir on that Ossus. Does not quite get the elimination onto Kaizen. Just missing that one. Kaizen taking very low though. Nice little follow-up, and then once again, straight out of the gates, it's Argons that are getting these initial shots, initial damage, and the kill, of course, onto Kaizen. That followed very, very early on. T3 God straight into the action. Federal loses their life. Sagi, though, at least something goes back the other way, even if it might just be a momentary pause here on the car. There goes Jizuki. So again, Sagi finds 2 very important kills for Beasters here on the defense.
Yeah, so even with that Skadi taken down earlier, Kaizen, of course, in that early duel, still enough damage output here for the defense. Zeta, once again, in on the action. Shuri giving high praise to them earlier, especially on Control, playing well, and again having an impact already here on Payload.
Kaizen, there's that impact as well on that Scar. He finds a big kill onto Argons. They're down 1, but so is Beasters. Sagi lost his life too. It was a 1-for-1 trade. Kart, again, has been stalled out. You can see the time difference, guys. Minute already elapsed by this point earlier. It was the first checkpoint already done. So a big difference here with Beasters actually now being able to defend. Big kill on to Kaizen. Federal, very low in the thick of the action as well. The Ossus getting involved in Noir. It is Zeta, though, that loses their life. There is Noir that finds a big kill. It's just trades back and forth on the card at the moment.
Yeah, some good healing there on the attack, able to keep that Fade alive at least for a little while longer. Just getting a little bit more progression on that cart. Now just over 15 meters until we get to the first checkpoint. Still plenty of time, of course, in the context of the match to be able to get that there, but of course time critical when sides flip, whether or not Beasters will be a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, not much more further to go. 12 meters, minute and 38 seconds to do it. Got a lot of time, but technically it does mean for Argons, it's not going to be the most rapid of attacks. Noir doesn't quite land that shot. Ultimate has been utilized now. Beasters, there's the loss of Kaizen once again. That was from through Jizuki. Zeta as well. So that was a quick double kill onto Beasters in a 5 versus 3 now. Basically at this checkpoint 5, the favor is with Argons. Well and truly, 3 meters away. They should be able to push this one over. Some late contests once again to stall out time-wise. But you would imagine this will be captured here by Argons.
Yeah, Pemi on the Ruby just doing so much damage, of course, then has the additional shield as well to provide protection. That said, the point still contested, just under half a meter until the checkpoint's confirmed. Beast is doing a good job in being able to stall this out a little while longer, but the checkpoint confirmed. So there'll be 3 minutes 20 remaining in this match.
Well, the main thing is the amount of time that has just been stalled out here by Beasters.
Yeah.
So getting close to the 3-minute mark now for Argons means it's not going to be the most of rapid pushes for them. Does mean Beasters will have enough time themselves. So those fights there, especially at the checkpoint where their spawn is still in a better position as well, so critical. So really good time wasting. As we move through, though, of course, into the second part here of Giga Cave Mines. It is a little bit easier at the moment for Argon. So they got 1, but traded quickly by Pemi. Now up to 5 kills, though, is T3 God. Ultimate available as well. Has been so influential here.
Yeah, Federal just struggling to survive on that point.
Oh,
Again,
double.
will fall 1 and 5. Almost had that ult as well available, but it will need to be a reset here for Beasters on the defense. They've done a good job so far installing out the point, but this will be some good progression for Argons. They've gotten through that pretty difficult checkpoint.
Yep.
That sort of choke after the checkpoint. They now have the high ground. They're able to just put these snipers in positions to find kills, do some damage. Noor 7 and 2, probably get 1 more. Taken down by a teammate, but nonetheless some good work from Argon.
Ultimate was used though by Noir. Kaizen just 2 and 7, struggling to get involved here in this match though, but we do elapse up to the 4-minute mark. So again, not exactly the quickest of attacks from Argons. Will give Beasters plenty of opportunity in their own attacking half as Cammy loses their life. No more healing available for the moment here for Beasters on defense. It is again Argons looking like the better team, just edging out. It's still a contest. It's very similar to what we saw in Control. Both teams honestly look that close in terms of comparative power, but it is Argons that have continued to once again just edge in front, find these critical kills, now close to the final checkpoint.
A 10 kill streak for Pemi on the Ruby, doing great work on the Vanguard, has done so much for Argons on the attack, dealing damage, being able to protect teammates as well. Ult being charged back up once more. Of course, a while to go as the point contested. Of course, the defense now in the favored position. They have a much closer spawn towards the point, but it's 12 kills for Pemi. Looking like maybe 13, 14, 15 also on the cards. Just so much survivability available at the moment.
0.73 meters, a minute left to do so. 5 minutes overall now. So again, very interesting to see what Beasters will be able to do on their own attacking half, but they've actually just fully denied and wiped out Argons. So more time is going to be added to the clock here. I know there's a lot of kills and there's a lot that has gone really well. Is that a back cap? No, not quite, but honestly, there's honestly not a whole lot of time left here for Argons. 40 seconds left. If they don't win this next fight, they might not even be able to complete the final checkpoint.
Their defense will have to be really tidy, but we'll focus on the attack for now. They need to try and get Pemi back on that point. Has done so much for the team so far. Looking at the Fade as well to support on the front lines, but eyes now on Pemi. How much damage can they deal? Can they try and get some of these players off the point? We've already seen it contested, pushed back. Beast is putting up great defense at the moment.
14 seconds, got to win this fight. T3 God lost his life, same with Noir. Massive 2 kills very quickly for Beasters to delay further this attack. Pammy will fall as well. 15-3, massive numbers, but no win to come from it. That's the opening round ended. 6 minutes on the clock. They could not finish the whole distance. That puts Beasters in a really good position.
Are we cooking up another close game between these two? I feel as if the defense gets off to a decent start here, then it could well be replicated. Of course, huge numbers, as you mentioned, for the attack. Pemi, of course, one of the star players on that attack. But how much of that can be due to the fact that it took them so long to get towards the end of the objective? Of course, the longer the game goes on, naturally, the higher the numbers get. I don't think we can deny the impact that the Ruby was having in that particular game, but unfortunately, just didn't quite have the time efficiency to get that cut to the end point as quickly as possible, and that may well hurt them in the end.
Yeah, certainly so. Now, of course, though, as we do head into this sort of second half, now with Argons on the defense, it's not exactly impossible to see them being able to really halt and attacking Beasters either, especially the fact that in the initial cave section itself, a lot of time can be wasted, and we obviously saw that in that opening attacking half for Argons. They really did struggle inside of the cave. Getting that initial checkpoint basically took them 3 minutes, so that's like half the game really anyway, as we think about it. As we head into this second half, though, Beasters have got themselves an opportunity. Essentially, they just need to finish. It's not like a time factor really for them. You finish, you win this map, we go to Old Medina.
The win condition then pretty cut and dry here for the attacked Beasters. Will be wanting to get themselves on the front foot, using that Ruby Shield, getting early pressure, but dealt with there well by the defense. Chunked down, the Fade leading the charge, looking to try maybe capture someone off guard, but stunned himself. Survivability, though, not too bad. The heals from both teams okay, but unfortunately for the side of Beasters, players falling early.
That's a big knockout there from Kaizen, who, struggled in that opening half on the defense, but attacking now. Nice double kill to open things up, pushing out a spawn. Always one of the more difficult prospects, especially against any of the exclusive team. Federal with a big kill. That's not a bad start. That's really what you need to see. Get that cart moving as quick as possible. And it is moving pretty quickly at the moment. Not a lot of contest at the moment at all from Argons.
And we know how much damage the Skadi can do at close range, specializing in that particular range. 2 kills for Kai's to kick things off, and he'll be looking to play close to that payload and try and chunk down these Vanguards on the front lines. Eyes now on Federal, caught, stunned. Federal low, needs some heals desperately from the team. The shield goes up, survives a little while longer, but taken down by T3 God.
Yeah, couldn't really sustain too much there with no real heals coming through in that moment. T3 God, though, loses the 1v1 against Zeta. That's a big kill for Zeta. Again, for Beasters, they have gone towards this checkpoint in a really quick fashion. 4 meters away, minute and a half. Big kill onto Jizuki. Zeta lost out to Noir, though, on that Ossus. Ult available. Lost their life, though, very quickly to Kami on the support. And that's the checkpoint established. Minute and a half. This is absolutely rapid here from Beasters.
Yeah, dominant. Argons need to find a choke that they can really exploit here to try and bleed a bit of time for the attack. They struggled on that initial push. The cart was under pressure early. We didn't see really much in the way of space created by the defense. So now they need to stall right here, right now. And once it gets past this particular choke, once they lose the high ground advantage, the defensive Argons will find themselves in a tough spot.
Shield broken out. Noir, though, has been snuck down by Sagi. That's a really big kill again. Beasters doing well. Sagi did get traded by Jizuki. Zeta trying to get involved. 5-2 has been definitely a standout. Same with Kaizen. T3 God, well, he's probably been the one that they've needed over in control. They now need him once again here on Payload. They've got to stall out for the next 3.5 minutes, and there is not a lot of meterage to go here. This is very much looking like Old Medina will be on the cards in this semi-final matchup.
And Federal again, desperately needing heals, but it's T3 God once again to find that pick. Big for the defense. Argon able to find these isolated picks, especially onto the Vanguard.
But T3 God, he's pushed forward. He's tried to find a pick, try and stall them out. He loses his own life. Now it's a 5 versus 4. Beasters can push forward. They've got the numbers. They can overwhelm the cut once again. You've got 3 minutes. You've got to stall out. You can't just be throwing your life away. Does come back, though, from spawn and get the kill onto Zeta. This is going back and forth, but again, not a whole lot of space to go in terms of meters. Yet still 3 minutes basically on the clock for Beasters. They're in a much better position here. Not far to go. Decent amount of time.
And the spawns staggered for the defense. Again, we saw T3 God throw his life again on the card as they desperately try to stall this out, contest it, stall it out. Nice shots landing there on the cart, so decent work from the defense at the moment. Federal, again, in the back line, struggling to have an impact in this game.
Jabali.
The front line from T3 God, again, ineffective, taken down, traded.
It's almost like we forgot that Jabali is available, and Pemi will switch onto it and see if that's going to potentially be able to help them stall out this cart. In some ways, this will play kind of like a control here towards the end, at least for Argons. Beasters, 2 minutes, enough time to get themselves a decent amount of attacks here. Not a lot, really, in terms of meters to go for them. Just about 30 meters or so. It's not a whole lot here with 2 minutes on the clock. Federal, a little bit of a high ground advantage, trying to just get some damage and break these shields, and there is a lot of them at the moment. Jizuki, again, just struggling to get involved. 2 and 6, loses out. Kaizen up to double-digit kills, 10 and 1 on the Skadi. Noir loses to Zeta. Kaizen again, it's just Beasters finding all of the kills until just then Zeta and Kaizen fall. They've got to be just about perfect. Minute and a half remaining. Argons just barely holding on.
And the Breeze Blast used there by T3 God, not particularly effective. That ult in the back line, trying to find a couple of dashes, find a couple of picks, but doesn't find a whole lot. Does survive though, and it's been choked out now in this particular position. Of course, keep in mind the spawn's pretty neutral for both teams, the distance comparable. So this is going to be really, really close. And for Beasters on the attack, they pretty much have one big push remaining, a couple of ults available, so this will be critical.
Yeah, those ults are absolutely going to be instrumental in them finding victory. 1 minute remaining. They must win this map if they're going to make their way in towards the grand final.
And of course, Jabali, Arcstorm, now available. The big ultimate for the Vanguard. Pemi can jump on point for the defense late in this game. He'll be holding on to that for as long as possible when the attack jump on cart.
Noir and T3 God both falling at the same time. It's a 5 versus 3 momentarily. God's already back up. Noir as well now as well. You don't really get a whole lot of time with the spawn. Is close by.
Oh, he's taken
Pemi.
down.
There goes the Jabali. And the ultimate was used as well. There's not too much time left remaining. 30 seconds left. But that cart still not moving a whole lot of distance. Noir up and above. Uses that high ground. Got the sniper to Kami. The support's go on for the next couple of seconds. That's Kaizen that got the kill. T3 God gets rid of Zeta. 18 seconds left, and they're once again in control of the cart for Argons.
They should be able to hold on. Keep in mind though, Federal still has ult available if he can get on the point, but time ticking down.
7 seconds. That's all that's going to probably be now. That's all she wrote. Argons have surely done it from here. They've just barely held on by the smallest of margins, guys. I cannot believe it. This is incredible. Saki with the kill onto Jizuki. Pemi's still up with the Jabali. T3 God almost had his ult, but he lost his life as well. There's not much more time contested overtime. They've got to push it the whole way from here, I think. Either way, what a game that has played out. Beasters are falling, though, one by one, running out of numbers, running out of time. And I think they've run out of chances, guys. They will fall. It will be Argons that take this one. That will be moving on to the grand final. What a absolute classic.
Wow. I mean, that was great. So hotly contested there, especially when we saw, as I sort of described it, the point where the cart was in a neutral territory. Both teams had comparable distances in terms of spawns. We saw a couple of switches in terms of heroes as well. The Jabali came into play. I thought there that when that Arcstorm went out and the Jabali fell, that might have been GG, but they were still able to fight, contest that point, prevent it from being pushed. It was great.
What a
Wow.
game.
Where to begin? I mean, even in the first round there, to see Argons pushed so hard on that initial choke, they did not come flying out of the caves really quickly. It took them a long time to get out into the open. Once they did, though, that cart was flying on forward right until they hit less than a meter away from securing the payload, and that is when Beasters really kicked into action. This first round, Shuri, Beasters really showed the sheer determination that they have.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. To hold any team with 1 meter for that many minutes, and then you're holding one of the best teams that there is in the game, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, and especially considering earlier today we saw exclusive EZ complete this checkpoint and the full securing of the payload in under 3 minutes. Neither of these teams were able to secure the payload, even with over double that time. Round 2 as well was just absolutely unbelievable. Beasters, quite in contrast, actually got through the caves quite quickly. And, you know, with what, 4.5 minutes left, Jake, we were expecting that they were going to be able to take it all the way.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you know, the interesting thing is, as I kind of said in the pre-match discussion, this could be a 2-0 that's close in the matches, and I think it's playing out exactly like that, right? Like, yeah, it's 2-0. It feels like Argons, they've you know, if you were to just kind of look at the bracket and be like, oh, they won 2-0, like, okay, great, they pushed through Beasters. But, like, these were really, really close. It had to go the full distance on control, all 3 rounds, on escort, literally down to the last minute, right? So, I mean, this could have honestly been a 2-0 to Beasters. Like, that's how close it was. You could flip a couple of moments here or there. There's a lot to be happy with, really, I think, for both teams. Obviously, for Argons, they go to the grand final. For Beasters, they basically pushed Argons all the way. Obviously, they'll be a little bit disappointed that they couldn't make it to the grand final themselves. But, you know, very keen to see kind of like what this actually means. It's hard to know in terms of translating. We saw, obviously, how dominant exclusive Easy was against Aftercult, and I rated Aftercult probably somewhat close to Beasters, and so at this point it's either Easy just going to stomp the grand final, or these two are a bit closer to Easy than Aftercult is.
Yeah, I mean, like, just it feels like we've learned so much from this game, and yet we still know so little about how these remaining matches will end up. Of course, there is a grand final coming up later, which will be the exclusive showdown that we were all hoping for. Exclusive Easy versus exclusive Argons. But, of course, before then, we have a third-place match. Aftercult will be taking on the Beasters, and there is no doubt who is warmed up right now. And if I was Aftercult, I would be shaking in my boots after seeing Beasters nearly take down the Argons. This, of course, will be on the other side of this break, and it is for a whopping $500 US. So stick around, because this is going to be an insane game. Well, what a day it has been so far. We have been treated to some unreal semi-finals so far, and we've got 2 matches left. And of course, next up is our 3rd place game. I'm Dev, and joining me once again here in the studio are 2 lovely individuals. Oh, you're jumping the gun a little bit there, Jake. How are you doing? Are you just a bit hyped after that last game? I saw how animated you were. You standing up out of your desk and just going all over. I mean, I'm dropping my pens. I'm so excited. And you guys have just gone nuts. I'm here for it.
I didn't drop a pen. I didn't go that far.
But you were spitting some bars.
It was exciting. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. It was really good to see. I think, again, despite it being a 2-0, it was still obviously a very contested match and very competitive, and which is really what you want to see. I mean, because obviously after Colt, unfortunately, were not quite able to sort of match exclusive easy, and there's a bit of a beat down, which, whenever you get to a semi-final sort of matchup, you always want to really see it kind of actually be competitive. The earlier matches, rounds 1, 2, whatever, they can be beat downs, but this is really where you want the best of the best, and we kind of got that.
Yep, thanks for that, Jake. And of course, we've got Shuri as well on the TV, mate. How you doing? And let's not forget, guys, that there's a giveaway going on. I love free stuff. I know that you guys love free stuff. I bet Shuri loves free stuff. And if you guys want in on that, make sure that you get in on this giveaway. The code is on screen right now. Final T3 win 1. Make sure that you jump on that. You've got until the end of the day, not the end of the stream, the end of today, to get in on that. Otherwise, you miss out. And
what was it? Finol 3 week.
What? I sure hope that you can talk better than that during this match, Zemox. How about we give you a break for a moment, and we'll get Shuri to break down this bracket. So Shuri, of course, we've had our 2 semi-finals, and now we're looking at what's down in the bottom right-hand corner, the After Colt versus Beasters 3rd place match. And now, before we came back from the break, you actually hit me up and you said, hey, Dev, there is some real important lore that everyone has got to know about After Colt versus Beasters. So hit me with it. What is it?
Oh yeah, so it seems like Beasters is just way better because of the 2 matchups we just saw. But these 2 teams were actually the 2 open bracket teams in the finals. And After Colt won the first set 2-1, and then they had a bracket reset, and then Beasters won that 2-0. So these teams are super even matched, and it was a really, really good series. So I hope they can do the same thing here.
On a nice edge, could go either way. These are terms that could absolutely apply to this 3rd place matchup. It's Beasters versus After Colt. While we say commiserations to both of them for their losses in the semi-finals earlier today, one of them will walk home today. Or, I mean, I guess they already are probably sitting and playing at home. I guess it's a mobile game. You can play from wherever you want it. Maybe they're playing at the shops right now. Maybe they're at a mate's house. But they will go home, figuratively speaking, with 500 real US dollars. The losers, unfortunately, will be empty-handed, aside from the phone that they're holding while they're playing the game, of course. Well, $500 is a fair amount of money and nothing to scoff at. So there's a lot to fight for here. As you said, Shuri, it really could go either way. Both these teams have quite a bit of history to it. But now that we have seen the 2 results earlier today, Exclusive Easy did take down After Colt relatively easily. So I feel like in my heart, the bias is definitely going to be for Beasters.
I mean, what I was hearing from Shuri earlier is this should be perhaps the one and maybe even the only 3 mapper that we see in this entire bracket, right? Both teams exchanging blows.
Actually, the grand final is guaranteed to have at least 3 maps.
Wow. I do apologize. Yes, it is a best of 5 grand final. So you know what I meant. Of the best of 3s that are going to be played in the bracket, this may well be the only one that actually goes the distance all the way to the 3rd.
All right, this is Beasters. Now, give me a real quick summary of what we know about this team.
I mean, we obviously just got to see them up close and personal in that last semi-final matchup, which they went well and truly toe-to-toe with Argons. It was a very competitive game. Yes, they didn't really get any map wins per se, but I think they should be pretty comfortable coming into this, that they're well and truly warmed up. We saw some really, really good work from Kaizen on the Skadi. Kami on the support was incredible. Maybe Federal probably could have maybe been a little bit more influential. Psyche at times as well, potentially too. So I think for Beasters, if they're going to win this, they do probably need to target ban Thomas and get rid of that Jabali, because we didn't really see them use the Jabali anyway. So I think that's something that they should bring into this series.
Well, we're almost about ready to get into the game. So Shuri, give me a brief overview here of After Colt. We haven't seen these guys since this morning, but they've had a bit of time to reconsole after that loss.
Yeah, Dell is a really good DPS Slayer, and then Saul is actually one of the best Aletas and overall flankers in the whole game. Craze is an amazing healer. They have so much star-studded talent that didn't get to show out in that first game. I really want them to show how good they really are here.
Yeah, well, let's get into the hero bans. Of course, we're kicking it off. It's control game mode on Emmental. And let's see what these teams have decided to get rid of. So the Aleta and the Skadi, After Colt, getting rid of that Skadi. We talked a lot about Beasters and their Skadi ability. Which player was it against Shuri? Remind me? Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Oh,
don't even need
I
Shuri.
didn't know you to get over Shuri.
We got the expert over here. Thinks he can jump in. Look, I'll hand it over to you, Shuri, because you are the expert on Kaizen, of course. Mad Skadi player. What do you think he'll go on to now that his main has been banned out?
The only thing I've ever seen him play other than Scotty, and very rarely, is Gloria, so I'm guessing he's going to go that, but that was the best ban possible because he is kind of a one-trick, and he can play other things, but when you're that good at Scotty, why would you play anything else?
Yeah, Guz, so keeping that in mind, is this going to have a big hit for Beasters? Is this After Colt's way in?
I mean, potentially, right? We saw the Skadi, especially on Payload, offer a lot of value in the close quarters and shutting down those vanguards of the opposing team. So, I mean, jumping on the Gloria, obviously quite versatile, but perhaps maybe not as specialized in that particular role. So, I mean, maybe he's been cooking something up in the background that even Shuri doesn't know about, ready and waiting for this potential eventuality. And if he has been, then credit to him, right? I think one-tricking a particular hero in a game like Tier 3 is dangerous. We've seen target bans already throughout this bracket, whether it be, the Jabali or in this instance, the Skadi. So hopefully he's ready for this eventuality, and we'll see how he performs today.
Speaking of that Jabali, it's quite a notable absence in the ban phase this time around. Like, we saw it was exclusive Easy was banning that, right?
Onto Thomas.
Yeah, and now Thomas has got that available to him. I feel like he was already having such a great time on, I can't remember what was he playing? The Fade, I think it was?
Fade and Ruby both. Yeah.
There you go, Fade and Ruby, and he went like 14 kills in that
I think that was the last attack.
Exactly right, and now he's got his main as well.
But prior to that, and I mean, to be fair, it's exclusive Easy, right? It's always going to be a difficult task. Prior to that, there were struggles, especially on emmental without that Jabali. I think, obviously, for Beasters taking out the Aleta, I wonder if they put a little bit more stock into shutting down Soul. I know that, obviously, Soul didn't have the best of time against exclusive Easy. Really, no one ended up having the best of time from After Colt against Easy. But if you look back to like when they played Reinhardt's yesterday, Soul was actually probably almost like MVP on that Aleta. So I think that they maybe wanted to put a little bit more stock onto that. So maybe they felt like maybe we can deal with the Jabali. If Thomas goes Jabali, we can deal with it, but we'd rather not than the Aleta.
Well, neither of these teams are part of the exclusive clan, but both of them are fighting for a share of the prize money. Beasters and After Colt kicking it off here on Emmental with a control game. Let's get into it.
All right, so third place matchup. Typically these are not always as exciting as the grand finals or potentially even their precursors to semi-final matchups. But in this instance, obviously, fourth gets nothing. Like, you don't get the top 3, you don't get any money. So there is actually quite a little bit on the line here in this instance, which is great. It's not like the show match. It's not a matter of a pride. They both get about the same, roughly. Typically some events, maybe third and fourth both get a bit of money. You get nothing if you lose this series. And if you win, not only do you get some money, but it's always nicer to be like, oh, we finished top 3. You can't say we finished top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but given the history between these two, there's a very, very real chance this ends up being closer than the grand final. So for one team to walk away with nothing would be heartbreaking. Thomas taken down early. Wow, what a push there from the Fade. Hits the pin. Thomas isolated, no heals, and he is such a big presence on the side of the defense. Pardon me, I was of the team. It's not Payload. They're both contesting the same point. But on the side of Thomas, of course, he's such an influential player. So taking down early, Beast is converting the first capture.
And Kyson has gone on to the Gloria as well for Beasters. That was something that we were talking about, obviously, with Shuri earlier. So, yeah, it's a nice early start for Beasters. We obviously saw them get off to a really early start as well a couple of times on Emmental in that earlier semi-final matchup against Argons, and that was something that was a bit of a strength for them. We anticipated Thomas would go on to that Jabali and has done so, and honestly got rather dealt with quite easily to start with. Now, it will be a regroup, and it looks like we will be coming back to desk anytime you see all 10 standing still doing nothing. It does mean we're back.
Yep. So unfortunately, we've had the same issue. Another player has disconnected. So we will get back into it in a moment. But at least Guz gets a second crack of making sure that we're playing the right game mode.
I don't know why I got attack and defense confused. I think the idea of aftercall just completely left my mind. I was trying to fill it with something that made sense, and we went down a bad rabbit hole. I don't know how much of Thomas being caught on an island there was just due to the fact that obviously it wasn't a fair matchup.
Those are always difficult because actually when we go back to the earlier semi-final matchup when we obviously had one of the players not log in, it was a stomp, and then when we
completely
actually
changed, right?
Yeah, it completely changed. So I do wonder if
Thomas was just having a bit of a laugh. Like,
yeah, sure. Anything to learn from that so far? Because we were speculating a lot about different picks. Are we going to see Thomas on the Jabali? Are we going to whatever? And have we learnt much now that we've seen just a tiny little sneak peek about what we might be in store for here?
Yeah, you have Nagi who decided to play on that fade while they already have a tank, and I think a lot of that is to do exactly what he did early. You charge into Jabali because fade's charge actually goes through Jabali's shields, and so it's an easy way to kill a Jabali. So I think that's something that they can actually prepare for, and this restart might actually help Africa a lot.
Yeah, there's little cheeky strats. Like, there's a mentality, right? You either, when you know someone's really good at something on your opposing team, you either ban it or you leave it in and you counter strat it. But now that that hand has been shown, right? So after Colt, they've had a lot of time to warm. They've had a lot of time to kind of come up with these ideas as well. But once you get into the server, really it becomes about who's quick on their feet, right? Who can make those adaptations?
Yeah, I think also in this instance, they probably look at it as like, okay, well, we actually have a counter for the Jabali. We can do this. So let him pick it, and then we'll go for that counter. Can you do much against the Aletta, right? The Aletta's going to be running around. We know how good Soul is. If there's not much of a direct counter in that instance, it's probably better than in this instance to ban it out. That's what they've gone for. So, clearly, I've got to say, Beasters have clearly done their homework here. I think they probably anticipated this was going to be the matchup. It really does look like they put in the preparation, and so far it's paid dividends, although so far nothing that's obviously happened, so
I don't think the dividends haven't paid out yet.
So
we're still waiting.
Maybe the dividends hasn't paid out, and maybe because of that issue, maybe they have gone a little early.
There's a high interest market, so I don't know, anything can happen, especially with how volatile this tournament has been so far. This is just some replays from earlier today, so obviously this is not the game that's currently ongoing, but here's just a little bit of a reminder about the teams that we're talking about here. And holistically, we have learnt a lot, Shuri, about both of these rosters today. I know in particular, from talking to yourself and other expert analysts as well, that just because of the way that the nature of this season has panned out, right, those exclusive teams haven't really been revealing much. They haven't played many official matches. They haven't been publicly scrimming, and so we really have kind of learnt a lot about the whole ecosystem today, not just the teams that haven't been playing.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of the ways you knew before is you would see what they did in ranked matchmaking, but we had a recent change when they did the last patch that it made it to where you can no longer 5-stack, you can only 3-stack. So there is no public information on these two teams from exclusive. It's literally they really know what they were going to do publicly. So a lot of the ranked star stuff that you could figure it out from that, you can't do that anymore. So it was a real big mystery for what they were going to do.
Interesting how much that changes the way that these teams practice as well, right? Like, you're used to being able to, 5-stack rank. You're used to being able to do all these scrims as well, and it's a very different environment. I don't know, does that change a lot of the team chemistry and where these teams react? We talk so much about the star player power, which I think is really relevant in this game, but at the end of the day, very much a team game, right? If your healers are not supporting your DPS, if you don't have those tanks doing their job as well, you need each other to enable the rest of your teammates. Otherwise, it's just, it's not going to work out for you.
Oh, definitely. And I think that's why you saw the controversial decisions that EZ made to end up taking on those two players, Ozelic and Super Bean, because Super Bean is the #1 healer that can single heal a 5 team, like by far. So the little things where you're going to have less chemistry, he can overcome that more than almost anyone. And so I think that might have been why they ended up making those choices and ended up dropping Thomas. But it seems to have paid off so far.
So as we start to theorycraft this specific match, right, I'm looking back on the semifinals from earlier today, and Beasters, for example, who had an exceptional performance against Argons, right? You look at the first 2 rounds of Control they played on emmental, and I mean, they got off a firing start in both of those rounds, right? 44% to 0 and then 86% to 0 in the second round. Funnily enough, they got reverse swept at the end of it, but part of that is telling me that Beasters are the ones that should be favored here on that Control game mode. I'm not so sold on Payload, though.
Yeah, but it's hard to base a whole lot of what we saw from Aftercall. I think that's just the realization that obviously exclusive easy are a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this kettle of fish is going to be boiled after a very quick break once we get everyone into the lobby. So stick around because we're having too much fun
Why are
for
we
you to
boiling
miss out.
fish? What?
Everybody come on. 1, 2, 3, everybody come on. Work that, everybody come on. 1, 2, 3, everybody come on. Work that, 1, 2, 3, work that, 1, 2, 3, work that, work that, work that.
I'm feeling shaky, still crazy, raging like Wolverine. My mom and gravy, I'm lazy, binge watching Stranger Things. I gotta get down, if you know what I mean. My army, let's party. I got some major schemes. Can't wait to get the gang back together. I can't wait to get the gang back together. You know me, I'm always down for whatever. I can't wait. I'm feeling restless and reckless. I make it out the way. So pump the record for breakfast. I wanna hear it play. I gotta get loud. Buck wild, blow some steam. I'll make it metal, next level. Circle up with my team. I can't wait to get the gang back together. I can't wait to get the gang back together. You know me, I'm always down for whatever. Can't wait, can't wait. We gonna start some trouble, so get ready to rumble. We get fired up straight to the moon on the shuttle. Better buckle up because we're looking to hustle. Better knuckle up, we the king of the jungle. We gonna start some trouble, so get ready to rumble. We get fired up straight to the moon on the shuttle. Better buckle up because we're looking to hustle. Better knuckle up, we the king of the jungle. I can't wait, get back together. I can't wait, get back together. I can't wait, get back, I can't wait.
All the fish have been boiled and it's out of the frying pan and into the fire now for our two teams fighting for $500 at the end of this third place match. Before we get stuck into that grand final, we need to crown a third place. But of course, the bronze medal, if you will, is well coveted, and $500 is nothing to scoff at. I'm Dev. Joining me once again in the studio, we got Jake, we got Guz, and on the TV, we have Shiri. Now, Shiri, I think we're almost ready to get into this game. We already saw a little bit of the start of Aftercult versus Beasters, but who really is favored here? Because there's just so much history between these teams. Now, Aftercult will beat Beasters. The reverse has happened as well. Right now, who are you picking?
I have to go with Beasters after seeing what they did there. But, I mean, they had a really good plan on getting Thomas with that fade, and it worked. But now Thomas is going to be ready for that. So, I mean, maybe Aftercult takes that and takes that momentum, and that could be a really big thing that changes here.
That's it. We already talked about the hero bans coming through and some very notable exceptions that were missing from those. The Jabali has been kept in, but we've seen some cheeky little ideas, some strategies to counter them with the fade and otherwise. The Aletta has been taken out, and your favorite guy, Xenox, is going to be playing without his favorite character. But as we get back into control here on emmental, please take it away.
Yeah, I don't know what character I was meant to be playing. Is Guz the one that's banned out? Is Guz banned from this cast?
Are we still talking about fish?
No, the fish, they're in the fire now.
They're in the frying pan.
Yeah, so kettle of fish.
Well, that's where James is
into
going.
the frying pan now into the fire.
The
so
fire.
That's unfortunately for the
I don't think
fish.
there's any fire on this map. It's snow.
No, yeah, it is. Maybe they'll actually get defrosted.
Maybe. Well, enough with the fish puns. Let's jump into this one. Of course, if you are just joining us, unfortunately there was a rehost. So hopefully all 10 players back in the lobby for this one. Big point was made before that rehost. Thomas hard countered by the fade from Beasters. It looks like those picks will come forth once more. Thomas this time though, perhaps a little bit better prepared.
Yeah, I think that's probably been spoken at length by us, and you would hope for Aftercult that's something that's been spoken at length for them as well, understanding the counter is there for Thomas. Sol as well, obviously no Aletta in this matchup. We go again. Beasters, they have been very, very good though at getting these initial points in the semi-final matchup and also in the prior rehost of this one. Zeta with the early kill on to Dell.
Oh, he got pinned again!
Absolutely massive. And Thomas got pinned. Federal gets the kill. That is a huge start once again for Beasters.
And the fade was so close to being taken down, only just narrowly surviving, and Thomas rightly punished. So some good work here early on from Beasters. They're now looking to capture the objective, and they should be able to confirm it.
Yep, they certainly will. So in control, it took a little bit of a while, so to be fair, they haven't exactly got that percentage up a whole lot from that initial fight win, but it is up nevertheless. 2 kills went the way of Polis, and probably why it did delay things just that tiny bit. Federal tries to peek out, see if he can get some kills here on that Ruby. 12% now, over towards Thomas with the shield pushing out for the Jabali. Trying to get a bit of an impact here, of course. Jabali being countered at the moment. Thomas still fights the kill anyway onto Federal.
Yeah, Federal really struggling to win a lot of ones throughout the day, but Thomas traded, taken down. Stargate doing a lot of damage so far in this game, supported by the rest of the team. Zeta as well, getting in on the action. 4-0 so far. Aftercult struggling to get their teeth into this game, onto the point, as we start to edge towards 40%.
Yeah, that is, again, another really good start for Beasters here on emmental. They are able to get control, stay in control rather easily. Zeta just takes the ball to the face. 5-0 for Zeta to begin with here for Beasters. No real surprise to see why they have started so well. There's 50% halfway through here in the opening round of this third place matchup here on emmental. It's a group up performance once again for Aftercult. Thomas, half health, very low health. He is being absolutely bullied at the moment by Sagi. Zeta gets the kill onto Sol. It is all one-way traffic at the moment from Beasters.
A 6-kill streak for Zeta, looking for more, looking to aggress in towards this next spawn. Aftercult, staggered. They have an opportunity though to group up. Fade ult, the Jabali ult, also available. They have 4 in total for this push, and they must make it count.
Creeping up to 80% so far. It's been very one-sided. Kami loses their life. Polos got one. Saki though got a trade. So did Zeta. So advantage flips back over to Beasters now in a 4 versus 3. Akara and Thomas absolutely bullied. 1 and 4. They have absolutely decimated the one-trick Jabali. God, 94% as Federal lost their life. Kaiser with a big kill on the Gloria. Ult in hand as well. This has turned into an absolute stomping to begin with here on emmental.
Wowie, 0 to 100 after the first control from Beasters. That is unbelievable. Shuri, I mean, these guys, they put it so well on the cast there. Saul completely struggled without that Aletta, and Thomas getting bullied. That Jabali just cannot stand up to the counter from Fade.
Oh, definitely. And this was something that was mirrored in the very first round on emmental from this Beasters lineup. Zeta going really hard, they just dominate. But if you can stop Zeta, I think you might actually be able to still win this if you're Aftercold.
So what is the play now for Aftercold? You know, they've got to get back into this second round and push to a third. What is going to be the difference maker for them?
You're going to have to get Scotty and take out Zeta.
Well, there you go. Let's get stuck into it. Second round is on the trot.
Alrighty, let's get into things here. It is 1-0 in favor of Beasters here on emmental. Perfect start, 100% to 0. Zeta making his way in. Thomas still on the Jabali. He is not going to give up despite the fact that he is getting absolutely smashed into the wall. Sagi straight away. Thomas to half health with the shield back up. Stays alive. There goes Craze. Thomas still just getting absolutely decimated. It was a 4-on-1 on the point, and that point already about to be established for Beasters. Zeta, though, has lost his life. That was down with a big kill in the mirror matchup, but Sagi, once again, he has been so instrumental. He got the kill onto Polos. It's all Beasters once again.
Yeah, Thomas just getting absolutely harassed, the healer as well, and Craze dealt with swiftly. That then meant that the DPSs just could not get in on the action and provide any sort of suppressive or supportive fire. Beasters are hard countering their opponents at the moment. I think we're at the point now where Thomas needs to seriously consider a different Vanguard, otherwise this could really snowball.
Yeah, certainly, especially we're already at 25%. Craze gets picked up by Zeta. Zeta finds that kill. Ult started to be picked up as well for Beasters. Kaizen has that one on the Gloria. Federal low here and has been taken out. There goes the Ruby. Thomas, though, lost their life. Again, Zeta with another big kill. That Soul struggling to get involved here on emmental. Up to 40% now. And the favor still firmly on the side of Beasters. They are fully in control at this point.
It's a combination of two things really at the moment, right? Beasters just have the superior lineup in countering their opponents, and in terms of the positioning and teamwork as well, it's just far superior. At every point, Aftercold have been read by their opponents, and their only hope now is to maybe get some ground back with some really well synergized ults. But we saw it last time. They held on to them so late in the game and never even got to deploy them. So now is their opportunity to prove they can synergize them, get onto the point, get some control, and get some momentum back.
Thomas is going to have that ultimate available, so they've got
Another
3
pin
in hand. Thomas gone, so is Craze! Saki and Zeta combine at the same time. They get the double kill. That's the push. Basically wrapped up before they even got started. It's going to tick over to 80%. They're only going to have one more opportunity. There's every chance. In a third place matchup, they're about to 200% to 0 them here on emmental.
Thomas really needs to get in a position now where he can dive the backline with that Arc Storm, that ult, get it deployed, try and get some kind of value from it. We'll see him now in position to pop its shield out, trying to get some ground. The rest of the team, though, stalled out. Thomas needs to pop it. He does, but he doesn't get much value from it. Eventually, though, he's in control. On towards the point, Federal as well, under a lot of pressure, taken down. Overtime now will begin.
Soul has switched over to the Yar, but might be too little too late. Overtime, 99%. Bar is up, still frag.
There we go.
There you go. 2 for Thomas. That's something. And they'll get control of the point. It's a flip here for Aftercold.
That said, though, it's all the ults taken down, and all it takes now is for Beasters with, again, the superior lineup and the superior team play to have one good push here against no ults really available at all outside of Soul to be able to get this point back, and at 99%, they're so close to being able to win this out.
Yeah, it basically means one more fight win will do the job here for Beasters. It's not going to be a clean sweep. They're not going to keep them to 0 on both rounds. Dahl loses his life again. Zeta proving to be a difference maker between these two teams. Fight at the moment is slightly off of the point. Kami taking a beating. Thomas again. He is the primary factor. They want to deal with him first. Soul with a double kill. The Yar swap has worked out perfectly. Make that 3 from Soul. That should put Beasters on the back foot. That fight should be over for them.
You could just see Thomas is being so hard countered by Sagi, but the rest of the team on that instance able to at least offer some support. And when Sagi was on an island, there's not much that he could really do solo. He didn't have the charge necessarily available or unable to find himself in a position to pop it. So good work there from Aftercold, and it just makes things now a little bit more interesting as more ults come into play.
Yeah, certainly up to 50% now. Suddenly back into this one for Aftercold. already down around. They have to win this one to make it to the third round. They force Polos immediately for nothing, and he had his ult available 6 seconds in the spawner. That was Kaizen on the Gloria. Had his ult, though got traded out by Dal. 1-for-1, 4v4 right now, with Polos coming back very shortly. Thomas hasn't been dealt with, and he gets some nice kills. Keeps that shield up as well. Dal with a kill on Sasagi. There goes that counter. There goes basically Beasters, all wiped out for the most part. They will have ults. They will get to come back for the next one. So that looked like an opportunity for them to just kind of come in, get some damage in. Zeta actually swapping off. Federal's going to have his ult. Sagi swaps as well. Big changes here. Last second from Beasters at 84%. I don't know if swapping at this point is the best time to do it. This might be a massive comeback from Aftercold.
Funnily enough, Polos actually dying there and holding the ult now probably puts him in a really great position late. That Castinia ult, we know how much damage it would be able to do on the point. He can just deploy it, and Beasters will have no option but to jump on point, potentially right into that ultimate.
Final fight we go. It is going to be Craze that loses their life immediately. In fact, a lot of kills going the way of Beasters. Sol got taken out. That Yar, so influential since he swapped over it. Zeta trying to get in, and they off the point. They got off the point. It's 1-1. We go to a third round. There was probably still a little bit more that could have been played out there, but no one was on the point here in overtime, and that's a big comeback from Aftercold.
Wow, unreal stuff from Aftercult. 0 to 99 off the trot from the Beasters, but Shuri, Aftercult, they really showed what some serious determination can do, especially at the end of it. Sol with the Yar, massive comeback, 2 big fight wins, and that's GG.
Yeah, and you actually called it because Polos died throwing his ult and got a triple kill at the end. That's why everyone was off the point. Polos killed everyone with that ult.
Wow. Massive work there from the Christina. We can see why the Christina has been banned so much earlier today. But of course, there is 1 round remaining here in Control.
Alrighty, so it is 1-1 here in our third place matchup, best of 3. Beasters started things out basically 199% to 0. Since then, Aftercult managed to kind of get a bit of momentum back. They win out the second round. It was close, very tightly contested, and we'll see what this third round has to offer. Thomas staying on that Jafali. He's starting to kind of figure out that counter of Sagi, at least avoiding him, managing to stay alive, keep that shield up, have a lot more influence in this matchup. Kaizen getting bullied closer to that point. So did Zeta. Double kill goes the way of Aftercult. Kami lost his life as well, and Polos starting to wreak some havoc a little bit as well as we continue on that Christina. 0% of the moment, but it should go the way of Aftercult very shortly.
Oh, Sagi on an island taken down. 2 dashes as we saw, both missing the mark, not finding much value. So a good start here from Aftercult. Thomas doing a great job in avoiding his hard counter in this matchup.
And it seems like Aftercult, obviously they've made some changes. They switched on, they got that Christina, they've got Sol onto the Yar halfway through that last round. It's worked. These changes have found success for Aftercult. Beasters, the same hasn't been said. Finally now Kaizen gets off the Gloria, goes onto the Christina as well, finds actually a kill there, Polos onto Kami. Sagi falls too. They just need to reset. Beasters need to group up as 5, get themselves back into this one because it's all Aftercult, and it has been for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, snowball there from Beasters. Kami fell, so the heals were low, and then unfortunately the rest of the team crumbled. So some good work there from Aftercult. They'll extend their lead in this series. Zeta as well dealt with.
And Kaizen and Kami have just swapped roles. So Kami now gets onto the Gloria. Kaizen goes on to support, and we're seeing the Johnny Jet come out now from Sagi. They are swapping things up dramatically. They sense Aftercult have the ascendancy, that their most recent swaps have given them a massive advantage, and Beasters are just trying to find whatever can work for them. They keep switching up, but they also keep losing these fights.
Well, we'll see if these switches come into fruition. Aftercold as well. 3 ults available. Sol as well popped his. Polos as well onto the point, doing a lot of damage as well. Zeta taken down though. We'll see this push come through. Thomas pops his as well. Decent value as well. Federal falls. And with 65% now on the board, Beasters find themselves in a tough position and doing a bit of soul searching in terms of this particular lineup.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous at the moment from Beasters, just swapping after basically every death so far, and it's giving Aftercult massive advantage. They've got ult economy for days, something that we're not going to see Beasters have because they keep swapping off. Kami finds at least something, got the kill onto Sol. The Yar off the board very, very slightly now for some time. Dal falls as well. At least Kami able to find a double kill on the Gloria is something for Beasters. They've had just about nothing so far since that opening round. Polos, though, gets the kill. The Christina absolutely huge. 5-2 now. Polos has been so big. 97%. Aftercult have absolutely just decimated Beasters basically in the last 2 rounds, almost 200% to 0 themselves. What a turnaround halfway through this series.
Yeah, to go from the very first round where Beasters won it from 0 to 100, and then in this next round, 0 to 99, a massive lead. You think that's basically GG at that point. From then on out, you said it, Xenox, it's basically a 0 to 200% from After Cult, a massive comeback for them, and that is a real confidence booster, right? Like, after what Beasters were able to achieve in their semi-final, After Cult have really shown that they will not be taken down without a fight. Shuri, I saw you pull your Shuri face once again during that game, in that final round at about 0 to 70%. Mouth open wide. What was going through your mind?
I started seeing the Beasters, they were switching, and as soon as you start switching, you're ever dead at 70%. That means you're not going to have an ult at the end of the game, which means you're dead winning.
Yeah, wow. I mean, what more is there to add? The fact that Aftercut were able to come back, despite Thomas getting so hard counted, I mean, there were a lot of, I mean, you talked a lot, Guz, during that game about the interactions and the different abilities. The Christina came into it, impact massively as well.
Yeah, for me, it was the two main things really was Aftercult showed a really good ability to counter their opposition positionally, right? So Thomas over time eventually found really great ways of avoiding the fade and allowing the rest of the team to sort of absorb a lot of that pressure. And he sort of turned from a bit of a frontline vanguard into almost like a mid-line player, right? Where the rest of the team was distracting the counters, and then that eventually forced the opposition of Beasters into constantly switching. And as Shuri said, that's just not a sustainable tactic. You might get some very short-term gains, which they kind of didn't even achieve that. But long-term, if you don't build up ults in a game like T3, you're just going to be left on an island, isolated. You're not going to be able to win any final fight, even if you can push into OT. So eventually, Aftercult just showing that their counterplay over the course of that best of 3 on control, far superior, and they set themselves up nicely for the escort.
Yeah, and Zeta, who was very, very important in those first 2 rounds, absolutely franking out. That third round was like 1 and 4, right? So a bit of a drop off there, but yeah, I mean, just mad scrambling towards that third round. Halfway through it, they just started swapping after almost every death, and at that point, you just can't really get any kind of semblance of momentum, and you're not grouping up, so they started throwing bodies at the point. It really just seemed like they started panicking a little bit.
And if we're going to talk about players that really changed their form between rounds, their Saul is one that I want to bring up. You know, obviously target banned with that Aletta going out, and yet we saw the Yar pick have quite a bit of fruition. Let's have a look at the bans for this second map. We're going to Giga Cave Mines, and the Aletta and Skadi once again are going out. Shuri, predictions for Giga Cave Mines?
I actually think After Cult's going to take this, and the reason why is it wasn't that Saul's been doing bad. He plays a flanker. They got rid of playing the 2 tanks, and they put Polus on a DPS, and once you have people getting low, that's where that flanker is going to get those kills.
Well, that is it. We're getting into Payload. After Cult are running with the momentum after completely turning around control. Let's see if they can continue here on Payload.
Yeah, and obviously Sol finding really good success on the Yar when he finally switched over to that one. What a turnaround, really. When you think about the first half of Emmental, basically, 99, well, 100% to 0, then 99 to 0. And to then think, at that point, if I had said to you guys what was about to happen, you would have said, absolutely no way. Nothing suggests that that's going to be the case. Thomas was getting bullied. They absolutely counted him. Sol couldn't get in the game. They started to, obviously, Thomas changes his positioning. Sol changes his character. And then from then, obviously, Beasters just had nothing to answer for it. So, for their sake, Beasters attacking here and coming out of spawn, they're going to have to hope that they can actually get back to finding the success that they had at the start of Emmental.
And I think the mindset here for Beasters is going to be the most poignant thing, right? Are we going to see them try and switch up early, especially if they don't have success on the attack, and try and find something that does work? Or do they trust the process? We saw that fall apart a little bit in the third round of Control where they scrambled, they looked panicked. This time, though, an okay start. Sol taking down. Craze as well dealt with, so the heals now limited. Thomas is finding himself on an island, trying to stall out point. No heals, though, on his position. He'll be dealt with. Fedra with a good start. Kami as well. So this is a really, really good way to kick things off for Beasters, especially after that disappointing conclusion over on Control. Yeah,
really, really clean start, really, from Beasters there. I think it was only like 1 kill. It was maybe from Sol before he obviously got taken down pretty quickly anyway for Aftercult. And so that Payload is going to be moving rather quickly towards that initial checkpoint. This next fight is going to be the critical one. How much time can Aftercult sort of bleed from that clock before it does get towards that checkpoint. 17 meters away. Again, Sol struggling to get into this one. He loses his life early on. Kray's getting damaged, of course. Now there goes Polos. So the double DPS, well, not the double DPS, but the one tank setup really from Aftercold, it's proven to not be as strong here defensively on the payload, and it means that for Beasters, they can actually get out of the cave section here, get this initial checkpoint, and really, this is quite quick as well from Beasters.
Yeah, I think Thomas there maybe getting a little bit too isolated from the point. There was a small potential for him to maybe stall out the checkpoint a little while longer as he cooked up the ult, but nonetheless played it a little bit safer, nothing wrong with that. It means that they won't be as staggered on this initial defense, but they are caught now on a bit of an island, and Zeta looking to shut them down. Polos, 0 and 3. He got a little bit lucky on control when he was taken down with the ult in pocket, but he will want to get back in the action. In fact, actually switches off trading out for the ult.
I mean, I'm just more so absolutely flabbergasted at how quick this cart is moving from Beasters, approaching the 2-minute mark, and they're well and truly past halfway here already. So on track, if they win the next couple of fights, could honestly push for like a 3-minute time, which would be almost matching what Exclusive Easy kind of did to Aftercold in that semi-final matchup. Sagi with a long-range snipe down onto Kraze. That's going to make things difficult for Thomas, and then he subsequently falls right after to Kaizen. This is all one-sided at the moment from Beasters.
At what point Aftercold perhaps going to consider, you know, the likes of a Ruby, a second Vanguard, to just provide some frontline support, because it's so difficult at the moment for Thomas. He's trying to juggle the entire 5 attackers rushing him down and providing so much pressure. And ult's now available to the defense. We'll see if they can maybe cook something up. But look at the damage from Sagi, 6 and 1, and he still has the ult available to dump on point late.
There's only been 3 kills so far from the side of Aftercold. Make it 4 though. Thomas, that's a big one onto Kami, and Zeta gets a double kill. So the Jabali has to kind of just go on the offensive at this point, put the shield away. Another double kill from Sagi on the top side here at the room, really utilizing this high ground advantage. Shield goes out. There goes the bubble. There's going to be some more damage from Sagi. Eventually gets dealt with by Polos. So finally, a stall out here from Aftercold. For the first time here on this map, they've finally got that payload moving backwards.
8 and 2 for Sagi, but perhaps a little bit greedy there on the ult deployment. Was Solo faced up against the shield on the payload. Perhaps could have pocketed that for a next push to try and sort of synergize that with the rest of the team, with ults still being charged by Beasters. But we cannot deny that this push has been incredibly successful so far. But we've seen pushes at this point stall out previously. But as I say that, Thomas down, Polos down, that's the double Vanguard switch up from Aftercold, completely denied by the attack.
They should have enough time to maybe stall this point out, get Thomas and Polos back into it. They try to push him off a bit, and they do so. They don't even get the contest at the end of it. So 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I tell you what, for what should be a close affair between these two teams, that is a very good time.
Now, imagine there that Aftercold just barely did not manage to contest on the final moments, but Shuri, we're starting to see a pattern. Earlier today, Aftercold really struggled on their payload defense against Exclusive Easy, who managed to cap in just 3 minutes. I mean, this wasn't much worse here for Beasters. They did phenomenally.
Yeah, they definitely did. One bad thing is that Christina on defense on this map, because there's so many ways the attackers can go in these different lanes, it's just not nearly as good as it is for control, and he should have switched off earlier, I think.
So what are you expecting here in the second round then? Do you think there's going to be an ability to match? And I'm going to toss that to you, Xenox, as you start getting back into round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think what we saw from that opening half is a lot of what we saw from Exclusive Easy. Like you said, 3 minutes. This was 3 minutes 45. So, I mean, it's not like they're that far off. But we know, obviously, how good Exclusive Easy is. I mean, this is... yeah, an ugly territory, unfortunately, for Aftercold. Now they go onto the attack, see what they can do, and they've brought out the Labula for Dell. So a little bit of a change up here. Sol goes onto the Christina, so some changes from Aftercold, which is actually interesting, because that's something we saw in Emmental, right? They struggled early, made some changes worked. That might be the best case scenario moving forward for them here now on this second map, on this payload map, because if it does work, then suddenly I think 345 could be achievable.
And I think if there's anything to say, whether it be on control or now on payload, the state of the game, the meta as well, it really can be heavily influenced by the heroes that are selected by these teams. It's been heavily influential for both teams, which is a great testament to how competitive these two are, but a great start to the attack.
Yeah, it's a 3k to nothing start for Aftercold, so perfect time to do that. Trying to push out a spawn. You don't really want to get staggered too much. Just want to clean up that defense nice and early. Allows that payload to get moving very quickly without much in way of remonstration. So Beasters will have to group back up, still holding a high ground position. Zagi almost gets sniped out. Sol with a big kill on Takami. That's going to hinder the support side of things for Beasters. Coming back now will be Kaiser on that Gloria. Can he find a kill? Zayden now trying to get into it towards that payload. Onto Dal, just keeping the pressure on, and eventually does kind of get the solo frag onto Dal. Not quite near the payload, but at least gets rid of that backline hindrance. Aftercult still at least getting some distance, but honestly starting to get quite contested.
And that's always a risky take, right? If you're the Ossus, if you find yourself on the low ground, if you get isolated by an assassin like Zeta, you are not going to have a fun time. Thomas, meanwhile, creating some space, now being countered, under pressure, back literally against the wall, shield up, but of course exploited, taken down. Zeta to find that pick, doing good work, 3-1 so far.
I think we're going to go to a third map. I think we're going to see Old Medina here, because Beasters on the defense are looking very good. Minute and a half, there's that first checkpoint, not even really that close. Dal gets the kill on Sasagi. They've got to go off of something like this. It's a 5 versus 4. Take advantage. You've got the Arcstorm available as well. They are just not even able to push this payload at all whatsoever. This is seriously one-sided at the moment. Reaching just about 2 minutes. Remember, it's 3 minutes 45. Realistically, we are a long, long way away from even remotely getting that payload towards the end of this map. Craze gets a big kill onto Kaiser. Sagi's going to fall as well. So finally, this defense starting to get shredded. But again, the time is going to be the biggest factor. Aftercult they're just unfortunately so far behind on time. Beasters were so quick on the attack.
A minute 30 for the attack. Aftercult from this point forwards need to be almost faultless, but the point's still contested. Good work from the Fade. Polos creating space. 4-1 so far. He'll have the ult available as well in a moment. So not all hope is lost, but like I mentioned, it basically now needs to be perfect from this point onwards. No opportunity for the defense to jump on that point pretty much whatsoever, which is so difficult.
I mean, this is where you got to make a decision though. If your Beasters on the defense, do you group up, allow that payload to push to certain points, certain choke points, or do you just keep it contested, keep it stalled out, play for time? There's less than a minute remaining, not a lot of time. You could probably start just throwing bodies at that payload, and that's exactly what they're doing. Federal goes onto it now as well. That payload just not moving enough, not quick enough. 45 seconds. Thomas, big kill, does eventually get rid of Federal. Again, that's what I'm saying. You can kind of just throw bodies at it, stop it from moving.
That's big.
40 seconds left, but if you do that, obviously, it means you're staggered. It means that it's basically a 5v1 at that point if you're just throwing one body at a time onto the payload. You've got to group up at some point. 30 seconds left. Again, time running out here. It's a massive, massive factor. I think it's going to beat them. I think Beasters are going to send this to Old Medina.
Not many ults available really for either team, so it's a brawl on point. That should favor the defense in being able to contest this point. Shield up from the Vanguards. It's going to be so difficult to push this through, and that should basically be it.
Yep. Federal does a good job eventually of coming back, taking out Thomas. Kaisen falls to Dal, and time has run out. We go to a third map for our third place matchup. It's only fitting. Beasters, they get themselves a big win here on Escort mode. Of course, we go to Old Medina after this, which is the same mode. I think Beasters probably, in my mind, go in as favorites. When you take into account the start on Emmental, the 199% to 0. Sure, they couldn't quite deal with a couple of the changes. The Christina obviously worked really well for Aftercult on Emmental, but on Payload, some of the hero setups that they had just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, of course, we do have to play this out, though, just as a bit of a formality, so an opportunity for these players to have a bit of fun and pad their stats out. But third mapper, I don't want to say I said it, but I did.
You did say
that
it.
This could be the one and only game of the entire finals bracket that goes the distance. Yes, I know James is giving me the bombastic side eye, saying that the best of 5 will of course go to 3. I didn't say it this time. Yeah, well, so technically I'm right.
My mic is actually live, so you probably think I can't talk back right now, but I can. And because I can, I'm going to get Shuri's input here. Shuri, look, there's something about Aftercult that they just really don't flourish on Payload. At least it seems to be the case on Giga Cave Mine, compared to what we saw from them on Control. Like, what's been going wrong for them? Because yes, Beasters had a great first round, but it felt like Aftercult had an opportunity to fight back. They just weren't able to get the pace.
So the biggest thing is that on defense, Christina's a lot worse than it is on offense on this map in particular. And so Polo sticking on that after switching to it for so long really put them so far back in this that it just really wasn't something they could overcome by the time the game ended.
So in terms of Polus's role, like we see him currently playing the Fade, was that the eventual tactic? Like was that something that could have worked in the end, or is that perhaps not really the idea?
Yeah, it definitely would have worked better. The biggest problem they were having in the control is they just didn't have enough DPS output to be able to fight in those fights against this heavy DPS team of Beasters. But when you're playing on defense, you don't really need that. Just stalling is good enough.
Yeah, I gotta say, we saw a bit of Gatlin for just a couple of seconds there.
She's back.
She's back, baby. And of course, round 2 is over. As you said, Jake, that is the GG or the GH, the good half, which the good third, however you want to play it. This is a best of 3 after all. But yes, Beasters have managed to push us to Old Medina. It's another payload though, so this is the big thing, right? Like, yes, of course, after Colt had some serious teeth in control, but they're consistently struggling in payload. We saw it against Exclusive EZ earlier today, and we've now seen it against Beasters here. So when it comes to Old Medina, are they going to have what it takes? Because I'm not really convinced.
Well, I think Beasters probably go into it as the favourites. They showed enough here, at least on the first payload map, and obviously we saw in the first half on emmental that it's probably Beasters when they play their best. They're probably that little bit better. After Colt, the only thing that they've been able to kind of show so far is that yes, they can make some adjustments. Unfortunately, the adjustments just didn't work for them here. Obviously, so look, I think going into Old Medina, Beasters, when you take into account also the semi-final matchups that we saw and how close that was, obviously with Argons, I think they've earned the right of going in as the favourites here on Old Medina. And look, there's going to have to be further adjustments made by After Colt.
Yeah, Shuri, in terms of After Colt looking at Old Medina here, to me, it seems like quite a different payload map, right? Like, you're not talking about the same really claustrophobic cave opening that we saw here on Giga Cave Mines. Old Medina's a little bit more open. There are some opportunities to spawn trap and some other pivotal moments, but, you know, assuming you can get it to that second checkpoint, or that first checkpoint, rather, it does feel like, you know, there'll be a solid chance for After Colt.
I actually have After Colt winning the series now, because this is exactly how the series went when they played it in the open bracket. So, and the one thing that's a little different, because I see why you guys thought that the escort, they are a much worse escort team, but Old Medina starts off as a control map technically. So they actually have a lot better of a chance on this one than they did on Giga Cave.
Well, you're firing up. I just saw you shotgun in the chamber.
I just wanted to say, don't forget, obviously, the start though that we saw. That, you know, that the first round and really the start of the second round as well. So from Beasters on control. I know obviously After Colt ended up winning the control map technically. I will say I probably expect Old Medina to maybe be closer to what we saw in that last map. I could see this going down to the wire.
I mean, we'd be very lucky if we got to see a map as close as that first emmental one was. But of course, before we get into it, we have to see the hero bans. Now, keep in mind that the hero bans are actually done before the series starts as a whole.
And Scotty?
And so, I mean, I do know what they are. But we're just enjoying the anticipation here before we get the graphic up on screen. Anyone want to take bets? We got Xenox for Aletta and Scotty.
It's already up there, so that I would feel bad if I did it.
I appreciate you taking the moral high ground there, but yes, it is the Aletta and the Scotty again. What a devastating day to be the Scotty main though. Who was it, Shuri? That's the Scotty fan.
Kaizen.
Yeah,
Kaizen. He's the best Scotty in the world.
What a shame that Kaizen doesn't get to play Scotty at all, but I mean, he's been doing pretty well even regardless. And of course the Aletta gone out. The Yar will still be present though. What else do we expect to see on Old Medina?
Honestly, probably more of the same. We've seen enough, and as Shuri pointed out, it starts off in that sort of control fashion. So, I mean, we saw a lot of Christina, obviously, coming out in that last map, and we saw it switch as well, I think, on emmental at the beginning. So, I don't think we'll see too much. I don't think there's like a particular hero or something that might come out last second here that we haven't seen on the first two maps.
Yeah, well, we are getting now into Old Medina. It feels like an old classic to me. It feels like home in T3 Arena. This is the battleground that we love so much, and that, of course, After Colt and Beasters, well, one of them will say goodbye and one of them will say hello to $500 here in this third place match. That is the stakes, not only the money, but of course pride that is on the line here in the T3 Arena Finals to sit on the podium, or stand, hopefully, if they're not too tired, by the end of this grueling best of three. But let's get stuck into it. It's Beasters versus Aftercult.
So, third place matchup, and we go to the third map, which is what we obviously wanted to see out of these two teams. It's been hotly contested. It's a difficult one to sort of judge as to which one's going to take that top 3 finish, that $500. It comes down to Old Medina. Hopefully, we can get ourselves a really, really close game between these two. It would be only fitting. I'm kind of hoping sometimes, because you get these kind of matchups, that it ends up being a bit of a beat. It fizzles out, and one team just gets beaten down. I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think for me that a lot of this game, especially on the side of Aftercult, has been hinging around that Jabali, around Thomas. They're looking to try and play around his best hero, and rightly so, because we've seen it be so effective. But it's sort of gone in waves a little bit for me throughout this series, where Beasters have caught on, they've tried to counter it, then Aftercult have done a good job in sort of diminishing that counter. So we'll see that Jabali persist as we enter in towards this first phase of Payload. Of course, the attack needing to seize it first.
It's the kind of game that is sort of highlighted between the two teams that, it's not necessarily all about the mechanics. There's clearly been mindset and preparation that's gone into it, a lot of tactics involved as well. We saw that back all the way at the start of this series. Kaizen gets that opening kill on the Gloria. So we will be seeing again, Kaiser not on that Skadi because of the bans and the way they've gone out. Sol again, Noah led up, but onto the Christina this time around. Have seen the Yar come out too. That was actually very influential back on emmental, especially in the second half, and a big reason why Aftercult were able to take the map. Polos gets sniped out again by Kaizen. 2-0 start for Kaizen and Beasters. Exactly the start they would have been hoping for. Now just trying to push Thomas off of this point.
Thomas low, but the heals to get him back up. Dull as well, take it down in the back line. So that sniper position compromised. That allows Beasters now a bit more presence on the site. The Ruby needing to provide less protection with the shield as Sol continues to lay down fire. Got a couple of kills, but then taken down as the ult charges up. Polos now back on the point, but immediately dismissed. So some good work there from Beasters. They took down a couple of those key heroes in holding the point, namely that Ossus up in the higher ground, which was being protected by that shield. Once that was dealt with, able to unlock it, and now the Payload will be pushed forward.
Yeah, and it didn't take Beasters all that long to win sort of the control aspect of this map, just over a minute, so that was pretty decently timed from them. There wasn't really a whole lot of defense from Aftercult. He couldn't really get that many frags. Only now we're starting to see kind of Soul start to pick up some kills, delay things a little bit. Federal off to the side, getting these shields out, kind of just trying to take the 1v1 with Thomas. Nice little stun there from Polos on to Federal, and followed up by Sol, up to 4 kills now on that Christina. Speaking of, Saki tries to get a bit of high ground and get some damage into the background.
Is the defense perhaps crumbling a little bit here for Aftercult? It seems like they've done a decent job with this initial choke. The Payload no longer progressing forward, but Beast is getting aggressive, trying to find these picks. The Ossus, again, limited impact, ultimate, still in the pocket as they go to the grave. Support as well dealt with. So now the pressure's on Thomas. You can see he's falling back, shield cracked. Eventually taken down, of course, without those heals available. So good work there from Zeta. Reads into that perfectly and able to get a free kill.
Yep. 4.5 minutes to get to that checkpoint as well. Payload moving pretty firmly paced now. Sagi with that high ground still available. Shots over towards Sol, avoids it, hides, and they will keep their distance. Obviously, this is much better from Beasters, looking to bounce back as they did once again in that last map. Payload seems to be their strength. Polos loses his life to Federal. Ultimate use there. Sagi with a kill onto Dell, struggling to get too much influence on that Ossus. Just the 2 and 3. Thomas 0 and 3. Once again, not really having too much of a say on that Jabali.
And Sagi as well still has ult in pocket, eventually puts it out, and that just stalls out. Unfortunately, the defense there of Aftercult unable to push through onto the point, so another checkpoint secured. Still plenty of time remaining, and plenty of time has been used up already. 3 minutes, probably not the worst, but yeah, big stun. Federal looking to survive, gets a bit of healing up the shield as well to support. Does a decent job to stay alive as that barrier now comes back up and just increases the difficulty for the attack on this particular choke.
Yeah, well and truly past that checkpoint now, 5.5 minutes in total. Still remaining to see if they can get towards the end. 3.5 minutes has now elapsed time-wise, and the first kill of the game for Thomas on to Kami. He'll take it, but immediately traded by Zeta anyway. Up to 5 kills now for Zeta. Beast is continuing to just enter beast mode at the moment. Kaizen up to 6, Sagi with 5. They've all got a pretty hefty amount of kills, minus the tank and the support. The DPS are doing a lot of work for Beasters, and that Payload continues to move forward at a rather quick pace, reaching close to 4 minutes. Remember, this is a slightly longer map, so 4 minutes here is pretty decent timing.
And interestingly, Christina will be stuck here by Soul. 7-4 so far, so not the absolute worst. But again, the ultimate with limited impact, and Beast is doing a good job in being able to avoid those bombs. We'll see Kaiser now, 7-3 as well, doing quite a bit of damage as the point is contested, edging closer and closer towards the end. Kami under pressure, forced off. Will be able, though, to survive as Sagi gets one back. Dell as well in the backline looking to lay down damage, but again taken down. He's gone 3 and 6 on the sniper.
Yeah, that was massive from Sagi. He got Thomas and he got Polis at the same time. The two tanks, 2 and 5, 1 and 5 respectively. And Polis immediately comes back to only get taken out by Federal, who now has his ultimate available. Everything is looking great for Beasters here. Closing in on a 5-minute finish here with still 4 minutes in the bank. This is a very quick push here from Beasters. Kaiser will get rid of Dal, who at least slowed things down momentarily with the kill onto Federal, taking out the Ruby. Kaiser will fall finally after Colt getting some kills back for them to just stall this payload out from being captured, and it is very close to being captured.
Zayden now just needs to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get staggered on the spawn. He stays alive, plays his role well. He could have, of course, tried to dive and be a little bit over-aggressive, but instead he just falls back, continues to chip away, and looking to build up that ultimate now again once more. The stun goes out. Sagi on the high ground, 8 and 5, though, being flanked here by Soul, looking to aggress forward. 7 and 5 so far for him, but Thomas, keep an eye on the middle of the screen, needs to stay alive, but he falls, and that's Sagi to get that pick, and Federal might be able to push it forward, but a good contest there from Craze.
Fall just got wiped out very quickly though for Beasters. So yeah, they got Thomas, but it took like 3 players to go down with him to find that kill. Sagi tries to maintain that high ground position. He finally gets dealt with, and I tell you what, now close to 6 minutes, this almost looked like a 5-minute cap. So suddenly, the game's still alive. It's going to tick over 6 minutes. Massive stall out from Aftercall, and they absolutely needed to.
Feels now like things are just getting a little bit more interesting, and the tension's starting to build here. The Beasters on the attack. Can they find a way through? They've found a couple of key picks here and there on previous pushes, but just unable to convert that final stretch, that final leg, as there's pressure now once more on the point. But Dell, 2 huge kills. He's been struggling a little bit so far on the defense, but that's a huge impact from him. Soul as well getting in on the action.
Probably the hardest point on the map to push.
Dell again!
Choke points galore, high ground to the advantage of the defense, right? So everything is in favor of the defending team. You've got the high ground, the attacking team has to push through choke points. It's not easy. That's why initially, when they got it basically onto the final capture point at 5 minutes, and they were so close to finishing it off, I thought we were basically in for a massive attack from Beasters. After Colt just timed their run perfectly to get themselves back into this one. 2 minutes left in the time.
Oh!
That's a massive snipe from Dal onto Sagi. Sit down, utilizing this high ground perfectly. 5 on 4, once again in favor of Aftercall in denying this payload from being finished.
Ultimate going out as well, limited damage though. Beasters need to find a way to deal with Dal, otherwise this pain will only compound. Time continuing to tick down. Kami as well just survives with a lick of HP, able to get away. Dal again taking that high ground, taking full advantage of the structure of this final map, but he gets another kill. Could be on for more. Thomas as well though, great ultimate on the point.
Yeah, he got 2 kills from that one, but they still haven't dealt with Dal up above. Now double-digit kills after 10 and 8, and he's got a bit of company as well with him up on the top side of things. Minute 25 still left in the time bank, and they've been able to push Beasters back once again to spawn. 7:40 now on the clock for them on their time here for the push. At this point, I'm starting to think they might not even be able to finish this one off, and it will set after Colt a very, very doable attack into the second half. They honestly will go into this now as the favourites moving forward.
Sagi does have the Christina ult available though, but how much of an impact will that have? Can lay it down on the point. There we see it deployed. Limited damage though. Dal now under pressure up above, able to fall back. Thomas as well taken down. So that's the Vanguard dealt with. Kaizen leading the charge here for the team on this attacking push.
Now they get rid of Salt. I think they're going to capture it, and they will, but not much time left in the bank. It's an 8:15 push. We think back, it could have very well been a 5-minute push.
That was an unbelievable last stand there from After Cold. It really was the Kaizen and Zeta show at the start, but Dell at that finale, Shuri. I mean, this was an unbelievable showing here from After Cold. They have really set quite an achievable par here now for their own attack.
Yeah, they definitely gave themselves a chance after doing really bad at the start. They did an insane job, but the problem is on this map, it's really rare to have someone actually cap it, but they did give themselves a chance. They basically extended it to the very maximum, so it is something that is doable, but it's a very hard thing to do.
Knowing Aftercold pretty well, what do you think is achievable for them? Because 8:15 doesn't look amazing on paper. Is there a decent chance they could get something in the 7-minute range?
They capped against Reinhardt's in the Invitational with 7 minutes and 32 seconds.
Wow, what a stat, mate. Great work there. And it's going to be a massive ask here for Aftercult to be able to repeat that feat. This is no longer Reinhardt's they're playing against, it's the Beasters themselves.
So 8 minutes and 15, that's the target time now, obviously, for Aftercult. The most influential part of this is going to be, obviously, the start as well as the end. It was a very quick start for Beasters, getting that control point established very, very early on. That allowed them to kind of get the pace moving with that payload. We didn't really see too much of a fight here. In fact, Beasters kind of came out, got a 3K, got the point. A little bit of back and forth to start with here. 1-for-1, Sagi will fall, but same with Thomas. Rather have that Jabali. Not ideal, obviously, though, Aftercult very close to spawn here. The other part of it is the very end. That's clearly where you're going to see a lot of the time wasted. So we might see even a little bit of time here at the start and then a pretty quick middle. It's that choke point at the end.
I think Aftercult need to be really conscious and mindful that they do not bleed too much time here on this initial push. They know they need a huge bank for the end just in case things don't quite go their way. So it's up to Thomas to lead the charge. Shield goes down, does a decent job to absorb a lot of that damage, allows now the backline to progress forward. Polis as well looking to lay down some damage with the Fade, may be able to try and pin someone on the point, but you can see the high ground advantage as well for the likes of Sagi, raining down damage from up above, but Federal dealt with on a bit of an island. Soul as well on the Ossus for the attack has been isolated as well, but some control now for that push. Thomas gets a kill, and it looks like Kaizen will be taken down by Soul.
Yeah, getting control of the point here. So minute 20, that's okay. We'll take that. Again, the biggest thing is going to be really that final bit. Still a bit of a contest for him. And Soul actually gets himself a double kill. That's not too bad to stall things out, but that is going to be a capture point. Minute and a half. So I think roughly the same amount of time. Yeah, probably around par to what we saw from Beasters. I think Beasters might have been slightly quicker, but regardless, again, it's somewhat irrelevant to a degree when you think about how quick Beasters was able to push the payload through this section, get that first checkpoint, and then get towards the end. Again, it was basically from here, ended up being a 3-minute push the whole way through from this point onwards. So that's something that we've got to look at. Can Aftercult kind of match that? If they can, it does then give them maybe 2 to 3 minutes to actually deal with that final push.
Fade on Fade, Kaizen looking to try and find that pick, and it looks like eventually we will see some damage dealt. Sagi as well, close to an ult, laying down damage. Craze taken down, but Kaizen continues his charge forward. Thomas, ult still in the pocket as he heads to the grave. An opportunity though to reset here for the attack, and Aftercold able to pick themselves back up.
A little bit of a stall out though, not ideal. This is something that we didn't see from Beasters on their attack. They didn't really get stalled out at this point. After getting that initial capture point, they were able to, for the most part, very cleanly attack on forward rather nicely. So Aftercult getting stalled out now. Beasters are in a decent little position here defensively, and it is Federal that gets the opening pick there onto Craze, hinders out that support option from the side of Aftercult. Thomas half health, and he'll stay there because Craze is not going to be back for a little while. Thomas will fall. Big kills here, again going the way of Beasters. The defense starting to really show that this is not going to be easy for Aftercult to push through.
I think for the attack, Aftercult need to try and find a way to really get value from Thomas's ult. He's been sitting on it for quite some time now, and unfortunately just hasn't been able to deploy it. The likes of Sagi as well, playing the high ground on the defense, raining down damage. Hasn't necessarily gotten the kills to reflect that, but he's not being contested at all by any of the assassins from the side of the attack. So the point being contested, being stalled out, and it's not so much an issue just in isolation now, right, Jake? But it's the end where you need that time sink just in case things don't quite go your way. But in terms of going their way, Thomas getting a double. Sagi, though, again, as I mentioned, raining damage from up above.
And Polish just sitting on that payload along with Thomas, trying to just get this one to push forward for Aftercult on their attack, getting close to that checkpoint. There's still a bit of time available, close to about 4 minutes. You'd say 4 minutes. If they want to win this, you've got 4 minutes to do it from here. So again, not the end of the world, but the time is going to start to become a factor soon, especially if they're still struggling at this point of the field. Thomas, shield goes down. He's going to stay alive. Not for much longer anyway. Federal gets the kill, and Beasters once again looking like the better team.
And it certainly paints an image of concern in my mind when it comes to the end, right? If they're struggling here, Aftercult I mean, they're probably not going to be in a much better position if they're even able to get the payload towards that final push. Only, what, 3.5 minutes now really remain. So it's going to be very tough. They, again, pretty much need to be flawless from this point onwards. And at the moment, their entire composition just doesn't seem to be particularly well versed at this stage.
You've got to remember, Beast is almost capped at 5 minutes on the dot, right? So by this point, 4 minutes 40, they were already starting to enter that final threshold through that final castle section. Whereas, as we can evidently see, this payload not even remotely close. In fact, they're not even close to that first checkpoint either. Sol now switches over to the R. Something that worked for them on emmental. That was a big, big factor. They don't have a lot of time here, though. 5 minutes. They've now got basically 3 minutes to win it from here. That payload needs a good minute and a half of just non-stop movement.
And I think we need to see so much more pressure on Sagi. I mentioned before he didn't necessarily have the numbers to reflect the damage that he has been inflicted, but he's now sitting 7-3, and he's just not under as much pressure as we need to see from Aftercall. Again, the cart stalled out, Sagi taken down, but unfortunately Thomas now on a little bit of an island, desperately looking for some heals, able to survive for a little while longer, but Craze taken down. Thomas will follow, there it is. Polis does have his ult shortly, but unfortunately, again, Spawn's now staggered. Ult economy not looking particularly favorable unless Dal and Sol as well can combine and maybe isolate a pick or two, but time is really starting to wither away for this attack.
They needed that checkpoint then and there, get that spawn point pushed up for them. Instead, it stays a bit further back. So unfortunately here for Aftercall, it's looking like this one's probably over. They've only got 2 minutes, and they at this point now have to just have a non-stop push. I can't see how that's going to happen either, with the final portion of this map being so difficult to push through as well. This one's eventually, essentially over. I think Beasters are going to take 3rd place, and rightfully so as well. Big stomp from Polos onto Federal. They have to go. They cannot stop from here. But again, that payload just not moving. And the beauty of it now for Beasters, they're at a point where they can just start to throw bodies.
Yeah.
Right? They can just start to delay the time. And unfortunately for Aftercall, they're running out of time for even this first checkpoint. 34 seconds, and then it's actually over right now.
Zayden now starting to come online as well. He's been a little bit quieter on this particular game, but still stacking up some nice damage and some nice numbers as well, going 7 and 4. It's been a good day at the office for him as that time continues to tick up. Or tick down, I guess, depending on your particular perspective. 10 seconds now remain.
Yeah, 10 seconds for this checkpoint, and, well, unfortunately, there's not really much time anyway overall remaining. Another good stun there comes out from Polis onto Zeta. Zeta just barely stays alive. Ult coming up very shortly here. No time remaining into overtime as that car is getting contested. Federal loses their life to Sol, but they've lost 2 at the moment into Dull and Thomas, who need to try and get back as soon as possible. Just offer anything that they can. Again, the overall time still continues to count, though. This one's basically over. Beasters are going to win it. They are going to finish 3rd place. It's just a matter of how and where this cart's going to finish.
Thomas with a desperate plea to get back on the point, but Kaizen hits the perfect charge, and that will do it. That will conclude the payload push.
Could not have said it better myself. That payload push is well and truly concluded, mate. And with it, the game and the series, Beasters, a well-deserved podium finish for them, and the $500 that they will take home. I mean, that is a great night out.
I mean, I was literally stun-locked at the end there.
I mean, to be fair, that's exactly what happened to poor Aftercall during that payload.
I got stun-locked just like the attack.
I think you were just role-playing what happened with
Aftercall.
We'll
put it that way.
Or a little bit of what happened the prior round when Aftercall managed to stall out Beasters for, what, 3 whole minutes on that final push. Shuri, that first round was quite something, but the second round, Beasters really showed their mettle.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, they just do so much damage, and they have so many good attackers. You just can't play double tank on attack against them. You will always lose because you might be able to live a little bit longer, but you'll never be able to take out their whole team with just 1 or 2 guys damaging them. It just can't be done.
Admittedly, Shuri, you did get me a little bit excited when you pulled out that stat that Aftercall were able to take down Reinhardts in under 8 minutes on this payload attack, but unfortunately, they just didn't quite have it. Now, what was missing for Aftercall?
It was there wasn't enough damage. You needed range damage, and while Polos did an amazing job on Fade getting the kills he did, it's just you need that extra damage to be able to let Saul run around and do what Saul does.
So when all is said and done, of course, Aftercult have been a great team, but you know, at the end of the day, they came through the wildcards. Beasts, yes, they, as Dodgers, they did manage to have a great finish during the invitational portion of this tournament itself, and I feel like it's only deserving that they now take home that third place finish.
I think when you kind of look at the scoreboard as well, they won both of the escort maps, and they were in a position to probably win the control map 2-0. If you think about kind of the point that they were at, they had won the first round 100% to 0, then they were up 99% to 0 in the second round. So, I mean, this probably should have been a 2-0 if it wasn't for what was a dramatic turnaround, especially from Sol and the Yar in that second half on Emmental. Outside of that, it has been a pretty comfortable win for Beasters and clearly the best team outside of those exclusive teams.
Very much, and to be frank, I think that Beasters are not that far behind, especially exclusive Argons, after we saw that semi-final where they managed to push 3 maps. But I think a great point there, Jake, that this is definitely a well-deserved Beasters win here and a well-deserved third place for them. Of course, guys, don't forget that while we've had some amazing matches today, we also have an amazing giveaway. I love free stuff. I bet you do as well, and you don't want to miss out on this giveaway. Final T3 win 1 is the giveaway code, and now it's gone already, so I hope you caught that in time. And in fact, we are just about time for a break before we get into our grand final. Which exclusive team is it going to take it? Of course, it is a rematch from the last season finals. It's exclusive EZ versus exclusive Argons in an all-action-packed best-of-5 grand final coming up in just a moment. You don't want to miss this.
my brain. Get me out, I've been trying for so long. It's a lovely day, I feel insane. What a lovely day, you torture my brain. Get me out, I've been trying for so long. It's a lovely day to feel insane.
It's a bird, it's a plane on my crashing a party, meet me in the sky. This is that extraterrestrial vibe. Let me know if you feel it, don't keep it inside. Tell me who do it like this. Up in the air like swish. Shoot my shot, don't miss. Tick tick, we got the people say all the way. Ain't no time to wait. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All the way. Ain't no time to wait. Yeah. Can you see me now? Up to the stars, can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way, all above. Can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all above. From the bottom of the ocean, shooting up above. Take you straight to the oasis, come and chill with us. This is exactly what you wanted, it ain't number love. Ain't what you thought it was. We got the people say all the way. Ain't no time to wait. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All the way. Ain't no time to wait. Yeah. Can you see me now? Up to the stars, can you see me now? I've been around the sun, I'm coming down. Yeah. Right now it's just you and me, and we're taking it all the way, all above. Can you
Everything that we have been doing here in T3 Arena Super Season 1 has come down to this moment. A grand final awaits us in just mere minutes, and guess who it is? It's a rematch of last season's grand final. Exclusive EZ versus exclusive Argons, the best teams in North America, arguably even the world right now, for a last hurrah for the exclusive clan and for $3,000 in first place. And I mean, $1,000 in second isn't too bad, but it's a far cry from being crowned a champion. I'm Dev, and here in the studio we've got Xenox and a very smiley Guz. Have you managed to recover after the little stroke that you had at the end of that last game?
I'm no longer stun locked. I'm ready for the grand final. Best of 5, the 2 best teams. It should be good.
Yeah, and we've also got the best analyst, Shuri mates. It's been quite a wild ride, and nobody knows these teams as well as you do. I mean, how is it to feel that this is the moment? One of these teams is going to be a champion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. And exclusive EZ, obviously, after what we saw from the other 2 games, looks like the favorite for sure. But I think the biggest thing that they had going for him is picking up Super Bean, playing on Hearts Fan. He's just so good at that single healing. But this other team knows that, and they're the team that's so good that they could actually be able to kill him. And so I think these teams are actually a lot more even than it looks.
Yeah, I mean, of course, as you alluded to in our semi-finals we played earlier today, exclusive EZ had a fairly easy run, whereas exclusive Argons struggled a little bit more. Now, let's go and recap this with the bracket. We also, of course, played our third place match, but let's go look holistically back across the tournament. Of course, it's been the top 8 teams in North America who have played in these season finals. Unfortunately, in those quarterfinals, we had a couple of forfeits, but in the semis today, it has been firing on all cylinders. Aftercook taken down relatively quickly by EZ. Argons took down Beasters, though it was a much more challenging game. And I mean, Jake, I just know that you've been jumping to get in on this one. What a bracket it has been.
Yeah, honestly, it's probably played out the way we expected, I think, for the most part. Obviously, Aftercook and Beasters was a fantastic best of 3 third place match. Went the way of Beasters.
What are you looking at me like that?
If you ask me, Beasters got it just across the line at the last moment.
By winning
the payload. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I see where we're going.
I'm sorry, guys. We gotta
not
take
cool.
it easy. We gotta take it easy.
This is workplace bullying.
I'm excited. Obviously, an all-exclusive grand final, we probably anticipated that as early as probably the invitationals, to be honest. So, one thing that I'm hoping for is, obviously, as Shuri was saying, it might be closer than we expected, for example.
Yeah.
So hopefully that plays out. Best of 5, so a good amount of opportunity.
Yeah, I have no doubt that these 2 teams will give us an amazing show. But before that, we are going to be giving away a giveaway. So make sure that you get involved. The code is on screen right now. Final T3 win 1. Make sure that you enter this giveaway because it ends tonight and there are no second chances. You don't want to miss out on this opportunity. There's all kinds of cool stuff that we'll be giving away. So make sure that you jump on that while you can. Before we move forward, let's keep talking about this game, these 2 teams. What a fantastic showing it has been so far for exclusive Argons and exclusive EZ, but it's about to heat up a whole lot more. These 2 teams, the best 2 teams that this region has to offer, will be going head-to-head here. Let's start it from the top. Shuri, exclusive EZ, the reigning champions. Almost needs no introduction, but we got to introduce them anyway. What can we say about this team who's had a relatively easy, pardon the pun, run through the bracket so far?
Well, Hearts Fan, like I said, that single healer right there is just so good. And Rafa has just been absolutely popping off in every single game he's been in. Like, it was just apparent that he was the best player on the map in all of those rounds. And so if they can take out Hearts Fan, then we really have a good game coming for us.
Yeah, I mean, this team, we really haven't got to see a lot of game time from them today, have we, Jake? Unfortunately for us, they were so good that we barely got to see. I think even in the Payload game, they capped in 3 minutes on. I can't remember if that was Giga Cave or Alpina.
It was. Yeah, no, Giga Cave.
There you go. Thank you for correcting me there, mate. I mean, these guys are just nuts.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I do wonder double-edged sword mentality here that they haven't actually played all that much, right? Their competition hasn't really been all that stiff. I mean, After Cold's obviously not a bad team by any means, and we saw that obviously it went the distance with Beasters, which, you know, Beasters obviously, I thought, put up a pretty decent effort against Argons, but obviously for exclusive easy, they probably haven't had maybe the preparation that maybe say an Argons has, because Argons actually had themselves a very hotly contested close series against Beasters, so maybe one of the two teams might be a little bit warmer than the other, and obviously they both had a little bit of time off, but technically exclusive easy that little bit more. They haven't played basically since this morning or our time, so evidently I think they'll be a little bit cooler to begin with, and that might be the best chance Argons are going to have.
Well, let's talk about Argons, guys. These guys have had a decent fight earlier today against the Beasters, where they were pushed a little bit harder than we expected.
Yeah, and as Jake sort of mentioned, right, gives them great preparation heading into this game. I mean, the name to me that personally most sticks out on this roster and was probably most impactful so far today is T3 God, not only stacking up some really nice numbers, which is actually contrary to the statistical, the historical data that we have available, but he was also impactful in finding plays that were actually helping the rest of the team, which is obviously really, really important as well. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. I think for exclusive easy, sometimes you can be even at a detriment if you're so much better than the rest of the opposition that you don't get tested and trialed in these sorts of environments, but sometimes that can take a long time to play out, and obviously so far we've seen that they've been dominant regardless.
Yeah, it's a great point you make, guys. I personally know a lot. It can be really hard being so much better than everyone else, and that's something exclusive easy you just have to deal with on the daily. Let's have a look at the hero bands, though, as we roll on through the Aletta and the Fade.
Oh.
Now, this may be the first Fade that I've seen so far. Give me your quick thoughts on this one, Shiri.
I think that the reason they did that is because Jizuki switched healer and started doing so much better, and the guy who took over is really good at Fade and not any other tanks.
So we've seen a couple of attempted targets of these one tricks, haven't we? Of course, across the course of the day so far. But of course, we're into the BO5 and we're kicking it off on Elephant Istana. We are going back to the beginning and we're ready to kick off this best of 5 grand final between exclusive Argons and exclusive Easy.
So it's grand final time. It is the moment that we've been waiting for. The all-exclusive showdown. Best of 5 between these two for what could be the last time under the exclusive banner to see which one can reign supreme forever as the final exclusive champions between these two teams from the same organization. It's a big one. Over to Elephant Istana we go to begin with Control. Of course, best of 5. We'll see Control at least twice, but still the Payloads will reign supreme, being the other 3 game modes that are played.
Well, it doesn't get much better than this. The pinnacle of Tier 3 esports, Tier 3 competition as well, and these teams fighting to vie as the best roster in the game. Rafa opens the account onto Penny, able to get a kill with that Ossa Sniper. Great way to kick things off and help accelerate this control point.
It is an easy start, though, for exclusive easy, straight onto the point. 11% in counting. Jizuki goes down to Firebear as well, so a decent start, really, for easy. They definitely come into this as the favored of the two exclusive teams, especially the way that they've been able to just sort of sweep aside the competition for the entirety of this competition.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can roll that momentum forward as we now look to perhaps some of the other players that can have an impact here. I'm, again, looking at those Vanguards. They often stick out. The double lineup here from Ease in that Jabali, the Ruby as well, both available, locking down the point currently. Eyes though on Rafa, 2 kills so far, looking to see if maybe he can find some more damage as well. Christina as well, 3-0, and it's proving difficult to get a foothold back onto this point.
Well, no kills yet. I haven't had anyone on the side of Argons that has actually been able to find a kill here onto Easy. So living up to their namesake at the moment. Firebear got taken low, but eventually heals back up. Jizuki again losing his life rather early in these little engagements. Permi follows as well shortly after that on the Ruby. Jizuki then actually switches over to the Jabali, so clearly not happy with the way that things have started for Argons, up to 67% now, and they have not even looked remotely close to winning any of these fights because they haven't even found a single kill yet.
Wow, I mean, they're really just steamrolling here from the start. I mean, we somewhat expected it, right? A dominant Easy, but perhaps maybe not quite this dominant. Argon struggling to get a foothold, struggling to find any kills whatsoever. Literally every single player so far, 0 and 2. as that percentage just continues to slowly tick up. The ultimate economy as well, really good for Easy, and they should be in a great position to defend the point 100-0.
So yeah, it will get to 99%. That is a confirm. Obviously, a lot of ultimates available here. Neither team has had to really use that many throughout the course of this opening round. T3 God just struggling to get involved. Popped his ult on that yard. Didn't matter anyway because Fiber got the kill. That Christina has been so impactful. 6-0. In fact, not a single kill in that entire round for Argons. That's how dominant it was from Exclusive Easy.
Look, if you blinked, you might have missed it. That was a 0 to 100 for Exclusive Easy Shuri. What a dominant way for them to kick it off.
Yeah, definitely. I told you, the reason they picked up Super Bean is he is a one-of-a-kind. He's literally the only man who can heal 5 people on a one-heal team. It's crazy what he can do, and nobody can replicate it so far.
Super Bean, of course, Hearts fan. He has been absolutely insane. But what can their opponents, Argons, do to get back into this?
Try to stop Rafa. That's your biggest bet to be able to stop Rafa, and you can actually do this.
Well, there you go. Let's get back into it for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, stopping Rafa, but then you've also got to stop Firebear as well, and obviously Slime, not exactly easy to get past on that Jabali in the front line. There's a lot to sort of contend with here for Easy, and unfortunately for Argons, definitely struggling as things have begun. Onto the second round we go for Elephant Estania. This is the dream start, though, to the grand final for Exclusive Easy. Not really probably as much pressure on them, all things considered. Obviously for both of these two teams, they know that they're probably considered the better team, but they still have to show it. Team finds the first kill for Argons in this entire match. Hearts, though, finds one back pretty quickly onto Noir. So again, point goes the way of Easy in their control. And I'll continue to count that up as Slime finds the kill onto Pemi.
I mean, you can just see the confidence from Easy, right? They just fully stack the point with all 5 players early on. Argons went for a play in the side lane, perhaps trying to catch them off guard with some kind of flank, or perhaps there's, some misguided confidence in that sense. It just doesn't pay off. You can see the Jabali again being harassed. Kazuki struggling to have any meaningful impact in this particular game. Easy get the point early, and much like the previous round, it seems very unlikely that they'll lose their stronghold on this game so far.
Rafa finds his first kill of the round, a pretty decent one in getting that onto Noir, making sure that they're staggered a little bit, switches off of his hero as well. T3 got up to 90 now on that Skadi, 43%, and Firebird just shuts him down again. 3-1 now on that Christina. Ultimate will be available, and it is all too easy so far to begin this grand final for Exclusive Easy. They, again, are just making very short work of Argons.
Ultimate Economy are now looking healthy as well as they look to extend this lead further. Argons struggling to apply pressure, struggling to find picks. Finally, there'll be something, but it's only a small part of this larger puzzle to try and unlock. Easy, just not giving away much for free. A potential back cap opportunity, and it does actually work. Yeah.
Constantine 3-1 now, coming in for Argons, of course, and able to help flip that point in their favor. So Easy get it to 70%. They wouldn't be too happy with the fact that they've given control of it, but a couple of ultimates available. The Arcstorm available, of course, for Slime, and obviously for Ozilek having his as well on that Ruby. Rafa switches over to the Gloria now as well, continuing to have some long-range engagements with Firebear, so those two can be very, very impactful from a distance. It will reach 25%. It is something now from Argons. Can they hold the point, though? That is the question to be asked.
Slime now transitioning across the point alongside the Ruby, has that ultimate in pocket, looking to try and get this point back. And to be honest, it's probably a little bit too easy there. Argon's letting that slip.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ozilek just pushes in, gets one kill. Suddenly everyone just falls off of the point. They didn't want to take the fight after losing Pemi. T3 God goes down. Pemi very low, just trying to hold on here. Onto this point, 84%. They can't afford to get staggered now at this point. There's too much of a percentage gap for Easy over Argons. They need to group up, go for one more point here, or maybe go for a bit of a flip. They can't quite find it. Over 93% now and counting. It will reach that overtime once again. Easy, very close to taking Elephant Estania.
And that will do it. I mean, round 2 coming to quite a swift conclusion. In the end, Easy just too damn good.
Well, that was it. That was done. And Dev, we're back.
Are we? I'm back. There you go. Sorry, I lost my voice for a second. And yeah, wow, a 2-0 in the first round. That's dominant for EZ. They really are living up to the name at the moment. And Shiri, I don't know what to tell you. This team, you even said that these guys are the culmination of the two finalists. You know, all of the former exclusive Argons players went and joined exclusive EZ when we moved from 3v3 to 5v5, and you can absolutely see the power of this roster.
Oh, definitely. And Phoebe has not lost a step when it comes to his damage. He was the best Gatlin in the world, and I was wondering how he was going to make the transition after they nerfed it, and he obviously made that transition very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And moving forward, I mean, like, we are going to Brower's Dock next. We're going to Payload, but I mean, if this control has taught us anything, it's that it feels like Argons are just miles behind. I don't know how they're going to be able to get themselves back into this.
Yeah, one really weird thing though, 3 of the first 4 kills were from Corustine playing a healer.
Wow, what's going on there then? I mean, you're playing like a healing, you're playing your chemist. Like, why is it that the rest of Argons aren't managing to fulfill their role and deal the damage?
I have absolutely no idea. Chemist is a character that got a buff, and so we actually don't see it played much in ranked or in competitive play. So he's one of the few people who actually plays it and knows how to. So it might just be a different type of meta that can be done with Chemist that I'm not really sure. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, Brower's Dock, it was really kind of played to death in the previous season, not in a bad way. I personally love Brower's Dock. It's actually my favorite map, and so I'm very excited to see it played here in the 5v5. Yeah,
mine too.
I knew we'd be on the same page with this, guys. So, you know, since you pointed that out, what are you expecting to see here on Brower's Dock for exclusive Argons? Like, are they going to be able to... We talk about how different Control is. Let's get your quick prediction.
Well, we need to just see more damage output, right? That was the huge differential between the two teams. It's just that damage dealing differential, and regardless of how much healing is available, you're just not going to be able to counteract that. So we need to see these DPS characters getting in a position to make plays, trying to find picks and pick off the opposition. Because, I mean, the first round, perfect example. Not a single kill across the board. I don't think we've seen that all day. In fact, I don't think I've even seen that ever. And this is a grand final, so it's concerning.
Yeah, and I mean, the Osis last game as well was just firing on all cylinders and dominating in that first round, especially, as you said, Shuri. Now let's look at the hero bans for this second map here, Payload. Brower's Dock. What are we going to be getting rid of? It looks like it's the Aletta and the Fade again, so same call. Is this the right decision, though, Shuri? If you're Argons, to be frank, like, it just wasn't good enough in the first game. Like, how do you move forward from that?
Yeah, well, they're getting rid of the Aletta to counteract the fact that Rafa is so good on Aletta, but I would go with Osis because he's also that good on Osis. That Osis was a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the Fade ban, did that really have much of an impact once we got into the server? And do you expect that to make much difference? Obviously, Control is quite a different environment to Payload, right? Do you think that that'll have a big impact on Brower's Dock?
It's really hard to tell. I don't think they necessarily did it because someone's really good with Fade. It's just Fade can counter a lot of things they're good with, and I think they didn't want anything to be countered.
Yeah, and I mean, moving forward now, I'd expect to see a lot of Osis. I mean, I would love to see some Aletta, but I guess it's just not going to be happening. Are we going to see Gatlin at all? Like, has she actually been nerfed to the point where no one is going to play her?
No, but Gloria can do more damage in a very similar way and has more mobility, so you'll see Gloria more than you'll see Gatlin for that.
Yeah, so for exclusive Argons, though, we saw them have a decent payload showing earlier today in their semi-final, but for EZ, I mean, it was very much the same story, right? They managed to camp in 3 minutes. We only managed to see like the second half of that game. So I don't even know how much can we read into that game. We barely got to see any of it if it was so fast.
Well, the main thing is, I guess, the timing, right? And how quick it was for them. So I'm probably anticipating somewhat of a similar nature here. I mean, obviously, Argons are probably a little bit of a tougher competition than Aftercult, but I mean, as we saw pretty much from before, there's probably not that much of a difference probably between Argons and Beaters. Beaters beat, Aftercult. So I think there's pretty clear that there's that sort of big difference between like an Easy and an Aftercult, And then in the middle, you've kind of got like Argons, and obviously you've got beaters in there too as well. So, yeah, I mean, so I think easy come into this. I think they win the next two. I think they win this 3-0.
Yeah, wow. That's a big call, but you're really bringing up an interesting conversation. In my mind, like we've lived in this world in T3 Arena where it's really these two exclusive teams that have just been neck and neck, and no one can catch them quite yet, but they have been very much on the same level. Like when Easy won last season, that was somewhat of a surprise to a lot of people. Now it feels like maybe we're living in a world where Easy is the top echelon, and then it's Argons and Beasters that are more fighting for second. There's not really a fight for first place. Shuri, is that the case? Do you think that Argons have struggled to keep up with their fellow exclusive team?
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing. It almost feels like you have the exclusive Easy in that top spot, and then you really have a fight for second through fourth. I mean, after Colts, they really improved there too. So, I mean, they all are in that 2 through 4 spot. I mean, with a little bit of improvement, I mean, next Arena League, we might see a different second place.
Yeah, wow. Well, I mean, we've got to play a couple of Payload games before we can call anything. And, of course, the next one is Browers Dock. I know that we've really teased it out already, Shuri, but I want to get your prediction here. What are you expecting to see? And if there is a world where we can see Argons win this, how do they do it?
T3 God is an insane animal. I'm looking to him to step up.
That's going to have to be it. T3 God is going to have to get it done here for exclusive Argons. We're getting into Browers Dock for Payload. Take it away.
So first payload of the grand final now underway. Obviously control done, and we've got now 2 payloads, and obviously my prediction was that this is going to be a 3-0 2 exclusive. So I don't know if we'll see control again, but if we do see control again, it is because Argons have been able to get a payload over exclusive Easy. It's not often Easy are going to drop a map. Browers Dock, we haven't seen it for a little while. It's been a long time coming. Your favorite map, guys, so I'm excited for this.
Yeah, I'm very keen to see if Argons can begin to mount some kind of a comeback and really prove our story wrong that Easy are by far and away the top T3 team in North America, and perhaps maybe even in the world if we ever get to the stage of global competition. That would be a very, very interesting fight to see take place. But nonetheless, Easy, they'll start out on the defense with an opportunity to try and gatekeep their opponents as much as humanly possible on this first push.
I kind of like this though, with Easy on the defense first. It means that if they're going to do well, we're obviously not going to see that payload move very far. It's going to be a very clear indication as to how this map basically is going to play out, how this game is going to play out. Nice shot from Rafa, Noir as well. Both of the Osses finding the opening kill of this match.
Yeah, Rafa, you can just see so dangerous here on the high ground, looking to block the right-hand lane. Any opportunity for a flank from an assassin can now drop down, line of sight over towards the cart, which is now being pushed for the Ruby Shield though, providing good protection, but a shot to the back of the head. T3 God taken down, caught chasing an opponent. And now the rest of the team caught on a bit of an island, and wow, Jizuki taken down in a similar fashion.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much what we expected in terms of an easy start for exclusive Easy. Slime T3 gets the kill as well onto Noir, so more time at spawn for their Ossus, who's the only one that's actually found a kill so far in this game. Just the one from him. Rafa's up to 2-0. And Slime gets rid of T3 God, so again, more of a stall out.
Well, we'll see if push comes to shove. Hemi now, as we go back to Rafa, the dangerous man on that first push. 2-0 so far.
Well, let's finish this one. I think it's over. Exclusive Easy win. Back to the death.
Nice try there, mate, but it's not going to be that easy. Unfortunately, a player did have a power outage, so yeah.
The power outage had a player?
I guess so. I mean, they're one and the
happen?
same, aren't they, really? But yeah, we just doing a quick rehearse me to get struck back into that one. Yeah, I mean, you really got me there, Jake. You really did. GG, 1/10th map into a BO5. But, we got to see a little bit. We got to see a bit of a tease of Browers Dock. Shuri, anything to take away, or is it, too shallow into the water to really make any conclusions?
I mean, Rafa looks like the best player in the world.
Whoa, there you go. Big call. Expand on that. What is Rafa doing that no one else can touch?
He's not missing any shots, and he's playing against literally the hardest kills in the game, and he's making it look so easy.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could say that I had a chance to watch the start of that game, but admittedly, I was going and talking about the end of the show with our producer. So I don't know what to take away from that. Anything that you guys managed to see that you want to expand on while we try and get these guys back into the lobby?
Well, I mean, it probably started as we would expect, I think, from exclusive easy on the defense, making it difficult for Argons to get out of spawn. Obviously, Rafa on that Ossus 2-0 start, able to get some nice picks. T3 got a couple of times, got picked off, so they were kind of staggered. They never quite had that full 5-man group. They just really struggled to get out. I mean, to be fair, again, it's always hard to say. We've said it a couple of times today, unfortunately, when a player's dropped out. We've had to sort of rehost things a little bit. We're never quite sure. Is that an indication, or was it just kind of like, you throw it to the side because it didn't really matter? They weren't trying 100%.
Yeah, and we haven't necessarily actually seen the switch of momentum have a significant impact, right? Like when we do have these short breaks or medium breaks or long breaks. But yes, we are actually going to go to a quick break. Don't know how long this one will be, but hopefully it'll be quick and we'll be back into the grand final before too long. But we're just going to get these players back in the game and we'll be back into it with exclusive Easy and exclusive Argons, so stick around.
Looks like we made it. Now we're cashing in. Watch me take a little victory lap, then do it all again. Got the radio speakers blasting, giving me fever. Feel my heartbeat, rhythm in the groove, make you a believer. Don't feed the fire, unless you want the flame.
to be heroes. Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got, fighting till victory's won. Heroes.
Sun's up, it's a new day, make the fire. Put your boots on, we about to get higher. Makeup, show up, pick a side, yeah, bring it, got it, pop it. Hey, starting soon, it's a new day, pick a trigger. Fill up the cup away, think about it, like sugar. Bring it, got it, pop it. It's a new generation, pick a side, got it.
Just don't get to zero. Let go, aim your arrow. Break the shackles, prepare for battle. It's here and now.
Like a game, where the stage, strap it in, I'm on a place. It's on, show must go on.
Welcome to that new
Welcome to the moon world, yeah. Like the flame, bring the cage, rage dripping on the page. It's on, the show must go on.
Welcome to that new
Welcome to the moon, yeah.
Well, I told you it might be a quick break, and thankfully I was right. We've got a sub in for the exclusive Argons player who unfortunately had his power go out. And so now we are just about ready to get all 10 back into the lobby and kick this grand final back off again here. We're on map 2. We're doing Payload, and it's Brower's Dock, and of course we have had this substitute. So Rodeo unfortunately has been forced to sub out, but we have had Rap come in, and Shuri, give me a quick lowdown. Rap, is this an upgrade, is this a downgrade, or is this a side grade?
Oh, it's definitely an upgrade. Rodeo is an amazing player and one of the best back in the day, but he just came back to the game. Rap has been here the whole time, and he got second last time, so he is top tier.
This is massive. This is a huge opportunity for exclusive Argons to get back on the horse after being embarrassed in the first map by failing to make that control game work. Now they're into Payload, and they have a chance to make good.
Yeah, hopefully they can make good, Dev. Well put. Obviously, I'm not going to want to disagree with Shuri, but I will say Corsetine, obviously known as Rodeo, was probably the only one that had any kills to start with so far in this series. So we'll see whether or not Rap can obviously match that as we head back into this one. It will be exclusive easy. Obviously defending to begin with, as we would have seen had we not had the rehost happen. And obviously what we saw from the very small parts of it, Guz, was Rafa on that Ossus. We see him at the moment, and I'm assuming... I don't think we're going to see too much of a difference. I think Easy again should be able to keep Argons trapped in that spawn.
Yeah, so a certainly concerning start, and Rafa once again playing a very similar position up on the balcony, has Overwatch over towards the right-hand lane, and it makes it difficult for these assassins to get ground, and we can already see the amount of damage that is beginning to output. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot Argons have been able to do so far. They need to have somebody sort of headline this push, offer some protection in some form, whether it be, you know, T3 with the shield, perhaps Ruby as well, and play potentially as well, but we'll see how they go about doing it.
Yeah, so you got basically also like the Ruby on top of the Payload, makes it impossible to push it. Everyone else just holds the high ground up above. That has to be contended with. Obviously, kills were hard to come by for Argon so far in the series, both from control and obviously the portion of Browse Dock that we saw before. And it seems to be it'll be a somewhat similar case. Never mind, Rap gets one. We also still won as well out from it was Pemi, and he got one, but 2 overall, not going to be enough for Argons. They're going to need a hell of a lot more than that. Payload does start to move a little bit. Pressure onto Rafa, up above, obviously on that Ossus. Just the 1 kill thus far. More importantly though, Easy are actually just happy to let that Payload move a little bit.
Yeah, perhaps they'll be able to regroup elsewhere, gain a little bit of defensive pressure that way. Point though now contested, Util being dumped on that Payload to just make it a little bit more challenging. Rafa caught in a rough spot, unable to survive, and that's a great way to be able to pick off that Ossus and again alleviate some of the pressure on some of the lower health teammates on the attack.
Firebear again just proving to be a difference maker. Slime picked up a couple of kills towards that Payload. This is another decent little choke point. And obviously Easy can defend from. Still got that high ground. You got that bridge across You can really sort of look down below towards that cart. It's going to be Ozilek once again, just kind of sitting on that cart, throwing out those shields, making life very difficult for Argons, who really still haven't really got a whole lot of kills outside of Pemi. Pemi's got 3 of the 4 kills so far from the entire team. Ozilek gets rid of Rat. Pemi still above, but it's a one-on-one with Rafa and actually wins out. So 4-2 now from Pemi. Gets the big kill onto Rafa. No one else, though, really doing a whole lot to help out. Firebird gets rid of Noir after he got 1, finally. Jizuki can't even get towards that payload. It's still looking to be very difficult to get this moving. Only a minute left remaining to get to that checkpoint.
Things then now becoming a little bit more difficult for Argons. They'll really need to consolidate these ultimates as they slowly build back up. Ult economy though, decent for easy. Still looking to lock down the point. Damage exchange, Pemi again doing his best to try and put his team in a position. Still has ult in pocket as well to maybe find another pick or two for the team. It does get deployed, doesn't find too much in the way of value, but Rafa finds 2, that's huge.
Yep, certainly is. 30 seconds left though, time well and truly a factor. Pemi back to spawn. Just about to lose Noir as well, and certainly will. And then Rat falls as well, exact same moment, so 2 gone in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately for Argons, this payload has just not moved far at all. Only 31 meters, essentially 14 seconds left, and a very, very long way away from that checkpoint. This is going to be a very quick Browser stock. Unfortunately for Argons, they have been absolutely decimated. 5 out up to 7 kills now as well. Everyone having a field day out. Ozilek on the tank, 6-0, has made that payload basically unable to be moved whatsoever. Overtime now as well, and the longer this goes on, the quicker that bar will eventually dissipate and go down. There is absolutely no world that Argons are going to win this map. Easy, a very comfortable defense here on Browers Dock.
Overtime just being extended a little while longer. We'll see how long they'll be able to contest the point, but it seems futile at this point. Easy, just too good. Doing a great job in locking down that spawn. That said, the cart now being pushed at least a little further forward, and we'll see just what kind of distance Argons are able to achieve.
They can't get off it at all, otherwise that overtime bar shrinks and goes away. 36 meters. It's going to be all too easy for easy. They are honestly not that far away. I can't stop saying it.
I think you've said all too easy for easy maybe 5 times already.
And it has been though, hasn't it?
It might be easy for easy, but the Argons are going to have to embark on an odyssey to make this one work. They barely got that cart any distance at all. 36 meters, Shuri. I don't think I've ever seen a Browers Dock game where that payload has gone such a short distance.
Yeah, in my professional analyst opinion, I think Easy are going to win this map.
Oh, we've got the Xenox unprofessional opinion, and now we've got the Shuri professional opinion.
Should I be the contrarian here and
look,
and
guys,
say Argons?
if you've got something for it, I think Argons need all of the stops. So bring it out for me, guys. What have we got?
I'll be their little cheerleader. I believe in T3 God. He's my man.
You reckon Argons are going to win?
On the balance of everything, probably not.
Would you say?
But it's not impossible.
Would you say it would be the greatest clutch in esports history?
It could be the greatest clutch in the history of T3 esports.
It honestly would be up there. At this point, Easy have pretty much shown, not just in this match, not just in this series against Argons, but the entire competition, really the entire region, that they are so far and above everyone else. It would take an absolute miracle for Argons from here. On the defense they go. 36 meters, that has to be defended. That's such a difficult task, probably against any team, let alone the fact that it's exclusive Easy that are coming out of spawn to attack them.
Well, we'll see how much damage they can inflict. Unfortunately for Argons, they don't have a lot of room to work with. Rafa, again, so much damage. And you can see just how much space this attack has already created.
2 kills straight out of the gate. That's unfortunately going to make life very difficult for Argons from here on out. That high ground advantage not proving to be as strong for them as it was for Easy. And they are already 9 meters away. You can almost count it down. 5, 4... And never mind, contested. I was going to go in for that one, but obviously Argons made sure that that was never going to work. 3 meters away, 2 meters away, 1.99 meters away. We are talking meters here, not even seconds at this point. T3 God got one, but immediately traded though by Rafa, who then got a second one for good measure. That's the round. That's the map. I hope you enjoyed Browers Dock. We didn't see much of it because that was an absolute beatdown by exclusive Easy. 2-0 up in the grand final, Dev. 1 map away.
We thought that 3-minute win on, I can't remember which map it was, but we saw earlier today where Easy just...
Giga Cave.
Thank you, Giga Cave, mine. When we saw Easy absolutely dominate on the payload, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that, and just 36 meters was all Argons could get, and Easy did it in, a minute and a half or something. Absolutely ludicrous. I'm just throwing numbers out there because I don't remember. It was just like, it was over in
Even if you don't remember, it just happened.
Yeah, but it was so quick that I could barely pay attention. And so, Shuri, is there any way forward now? We've got another payload up next, but the Argons have got to be absolutely chalked. Like, how on earth do you come back from such a domination on the first 2 maps?
I mean, it literally took him 53 seconds to cap. Like, wow. That's so crazy. And the one thing that there is Pimmy did an insane job doing super jumps with Scotty and webbing Rafa, and he played all around great on Scotty, doing different techniques and other things, but he just needed some help.
I feel like you guys didn't really demonstrate your pay in that game. It was less than 5-minute game.
Oh, we don't get paid by the hour.
Not when exclusive easy are in the mix.
Definitely not by the map.
No.
I don't know your word count, but I reckon your word count in that map was probably less
I think I said easy more than any other word.
I think Rafa got more kills than I said words.
Potentially. No, look, it's a testament, though, to exclusive easy and how strong they've been. And the thing is, we know that Argons aren't a bad team. They're not bad players. They're actually really, really good. It just highlights how good Easy is in comparison. So that's the main takeaway for me. You know, you kind of see these beatdowns, especially even in a grand final. It's more of just a highlight of the gap between 1 and 2 than it is anything else.
And it seems like that gap is widening massively. I mean, we've just seen a dominant control game, a dominant payload game. Now, next we go to Old Medina, which is technically a bit of a hybrid, right? You start with that control, you have to unlock the payload. But this is such a long map. We know how long these games can go for. It was 8 minutes and 15 seconds that we saw a capture on earlier today. Let's see if it ends up being as long this time. The bans are going to be the exact same. Once again, the Aletta and the Fade taken out. And we already know how this story goes, right? This is Easy's game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine at this point they're not only firm favourites, it would be quite a shock really on any map from here on out to see Argons find a win. How dominant they were on control, on Browers Dock. I mean, realistically, this has been, unfortunately, a little bit of a one-sided grand final. I was kind of hoping that maybe Argons could find a couple of moments here or there to obviously keep it contested. But no, this has just been an absolute landslide. All
right, Shuri, this will be maybe your last word in before we crown a champion. What have you got to say for exclusive Argons?
I mean, honestly, they probably should have banned Neon instead of Fade.
Well, there you go. Hindsight's 2020, but let's see what happens when we get into this game. Old Medina up on the chopping block, and exclusive Argons are at the end of the line. Easy are on the verge of greatness once again to go back to back.
Well, Easy are also defending first once again, as we just saw from Browers Dock. Now here into Old Medina. They're straight onto the defense. That does give us, again, the biggest indication as to how this is going to play out. This first choke point, how much time can they milk on the clock? And I think even as great as Easy is, surely Argons can at least get this opening capture point. They've got 4 minutes to do it. I imagine they'll at least get that. The next question would be, can they get to the first checkpoint after with the payload?
Yeah, the capture point, of course, does naturally lend itself into being attacker favored. That said, it's not super easy, especially depending on the position in which Easy try to establish themselves on the high ground. Eyes on Rafa taken down at close range. T3 God, he's my man. If Argons are going to get themselves back into this game, I'm looking at him 2-step up, and it's already 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, that's going to really clear that point pretty quickly, isn't it? And obviously for the defense now, it's going to take a little bit longer to get back to this point compared to the attacking team. And so Ozilek actually has been taken down as well by Jizuki. This is an absolute dream start from Argons on the attack here of Old Medina to capture this point. Not a whole lot really actually has gone wrong for them. Easy are actually going to lose this point rather easily.
You got to stop. It's getting a little bit too, it's getting a little extreme at this point. But no, on a serious note, Rafa, back in this game.
hang on.
T3 God stepping up 3-1 on this initial push, but unfortunately for the rest of the team, this capture point, that control slowly starting to scale back, and just as it seemed like Argons would be able to cap the payload and begin pushing it forward, easy stamp their authority back on this series.
It has been checkpointed up at least to that second indicator, so that's at least something, but they probably should have had this completed at the 1 minute mark. Anything else after this is going to be detrimental for them. Minute and a half ticking over now, 2.5 minutes overall from this point on, as we've got Rafa finding the kill onto Jizuki. Jizuki's down, and honestly, Rap's going to follow as well on the Christina. 0 and 4. You need a little bit more out of your DPS than 0 and 4, so they can't find any firepower from that. T3 God so far has led the way for Argons from the front. 3 and 1. Pammy, though, falls to Slime. Easy, just starting to really get control back of this game. Rap falls again, unfortunately. Has now swapped off of the Christina, and T3 God loses his life. Suddenly, all of the momentum back with exclusive Easy.
And all eyes on Rafa, 6-1 so far, and every time we spectate him, he's in on the action, he's not missing any shots, he's laying down so much damage. Now repositioning over towards the high ground, being ultra mindful of any potential flanks from the Assassins of Argons, but as we can see, they're just going head on back into the action, seeing if they can complete this capture.
There's not much more time now, unfortunately. After a dream start scenario from Argons, it's just all wilted away, and obviously Rap has been a big part of that one. Again, just trying to find some picks here on the sidelines. Pemmy falls 0 and 3, along with 0 and 6 from Rap. Their DPS just unable to really get involved in this one. Slime now as well finds the kill. Another one for him. 5 on the Orsas. Rap falls again to 5. Minute left. It is just a shot. Slime with a back-to-back. T3 falls. 3-3 for him after a 3-0 start. Now we're down to just the final 55 seconds left. This capture point may not even get captured at all.
And it was almost 3 for Slime on an absolute heater there. Highlight play, arguably, of this series so far, but Rafa as well cannot discount his impact. So much damage on the side of Easy. This is why they are the best team in the game, and today should confirm that.
But I think it already has. 30 seconds remaining. T3 God, maybe a respite here. Finds the kill onto Rafa. That's probably the best one. It's something, but Slime gets another one. So does Firebat. 20 seconds left. Now a 5 versus 3 in favor of exclusive Easy. There's not that much really of this capture point that still needs to be captured, but there's only 10 seconds left. The damage has been done. Argons, you got one last chance to throw everything at capturing this point.
They have to dive the point. Argons have no other option but to try and contest and push this into OT.
Well, they do get onto it. Contested overtime it is, and they do find the kill onto Slime. That's something. Rafa, though, now makes his way up to double-digit kills. There's 2 in quick succession. Now 11 and 2. Ocelot got rid of Pemmy. They're just starting to run out of numbers on the point. T3 God had to just throw his body on there, and now it remains there, but lifeless forevermore. Round 1 is over, and for exclusive Easy, not much more needs to be done.
Unreal to see a payload game mode where the payload does not even get unlocked. Exclusive Easy are on the verge of something great here. All they have to do is the absolute bare minimum Shuri, and I cannot imagine anyone believing that Argons can make it work from here.
Oh, definitely not, but everyone's going to believe Rafa's the best player in the world.
I mean, how can you deny that with everything he's been able to do on this Skadi? He is at home.
Yeah, and this is after doing it on Osas. He just did this so insane against one of the best teams in the world on 2 characters.
Yeah, unreal to see what exclusive Easy have become. They are truly the Grim Reapers of T3 Arena at the moment, and Rafa is the tip of the scythe. And now we go into what could be the very final round in this grand final.
Yes, well, if he's the tip, the rest of the team is it.
Come on, lads, let's pick it up. James is obviously he's an Argons fan. He's a little bit disappointed at the way in which this one has played out, but all the props to Easy. They've stepped up. They've had a big day in the office. Rafa, Slime, 2 of the absolute best players at the peak of their game.
And they only have to capture this point as well. That's all that is required. It's not a lot. T3 God gets the opening pick. They have to defend for their lives for the next 3.5 minutes. It's going to take a mighty, mighty effort from here. You seize that payload, you are the champions for this season. Nice big push in from Rafa, finds the kill onto Jizuki in the backline as well on that Jabali, straight onto the point, basically just pushes himself on there. T3 God can't get any heals and he falls, and just like that, Exclusive Easy have made their way onto the point. Now, unfortunately for Argons, all they can do is just throw bodies onto it and just try and delay what is going to be the champions crowning themselves on this point as they capture it. Once again, Exclusive Easy are the champions of T3 Arena.
Wow, I mean, what a performance. Of course, we'll play it out as a formality, but Easy cementing themselves as the top T3 team in North America in a dominant fashion. A 3-0 that will go down in the history books as one of the best performances this game has ever seen.
Well, unfortunately, obviously, with these modes, we've got to play it out, but it kind of takes a little bit of the gloss away from what is a sort of crowning moment. Obviously, for them, they've been so far and away better than everyone else. They are the top team, deservedly so. Argons, obviously, desperate in their attempts in this game, threw their bodies at the point. It wasn't enough. And in the end, obviously, for Exclusive Easy, they find a way to cap this one off in a really dominant fashion, as we probably anticipated. 3-0 in this grand final. We did at least get to see 3 maps, guys. We'll take it.
Well,
we had to see 3
maps. That was the running joke, that we were going to see 3 in this one, but unfortunately, not even 4 nor 5. Easy again. They were the favourites. They have the historical precedence to believe that, but for it to be so dominant was certainly a sight to behold. Unfortunate for Argons, they gave it their all. Still, of course, go away with a decent share of the prize pool and a lot to build upon and improve upon going forward. But it sets an exciting storyline, I think, for Easy, right? How long can they be dominant for? The mighty often fall, especially in the world of esports. In the early days, it's going to be difficult to hold this momentum forever. So that's going to be the storyline, I think, heading into future seasons, right? Can Easy continue to be #1?
It's obviously a very, very good, important thing to say, is that you can't be the top team forever, right? Like, you're always going to have someone that eventually gets to your level and starts to challenge you, and I guess that's the main takeaway.
Yeah, I don't think I can put it much better than that. Easy, of course, has been dominant now for quite some time, and we'll see if that continues. Yeah. We'll see this play out, though. An opportunity to try and build up some stats here. Of course, Rafa, 7-1. He jumped onto the Vanguard, so that's a bit of a laugh for Jabali. We'll see if he can have much of an impact. Shield going down, trying to protect the rest of the team. Normally, he's the one in the back line trying to do all the damage.
And he is too good. Exclusive Easy are too good. Once again, they are the champions. And seriously, for T3 Arena, there is no better team. They are #1 by so far. It's not even funny. They are the best. They're the champions once again, and we'll have to see the next season onward. Is there anyone that can contest these guys? I'm not so sure.
There are a few teams that could don the name Easy and back it up with results, and these guys are absolutely worthy of the name. Easy is an adjective that describes how just utterly dominating this team is within T3 Arena. And as you said before, guys, how long can they remain this way? Well, we'll have to find out in the upcoming seasons to come. But for now, they are the back-to-back champions, and they have a well-deserved $3,000 in the bank account as of today's victory. Now, Exclusive Argons had a fantastic showing, but they are just miles behind the champions. At this point, Shuri, we've got to acknowledge that nobody can touch Easy, and how can anyone come close? It's impossible to think.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely #1 by a mile. But I do want to make something really clear, is that after Colt and Dodgers, now Beasters, they got so much better than they were, and they have caught up to one of these exclusive teams, I think. So, I mean, that is so great that it's not just an exclusive show. We have a bunch of contenders. Even though these guys are at the top for now, we've seen so many teams catch up to the exclusive crowd that they might not even still be #1 the next time, because if they keep improving the way they did after Colt and Dodgers, we're going to be in for a treat next Arena Week.
Yeah, when we moved from the 3v3 to the 5v5 format, we weren't really sure what we were going to be in store for. We knew that a lot of teams would have shuffles, and there really was a consolidation of power among these exclusive teams, and of course Easy were the benefactors of that. They have all of the best players in T3 Arena, and as a result they are champions. But as you said, Shuri, the rest of the realm has really caught up. Now Xenox, I think we're getting to the point where we've got a seriously competitive environment. With this, aside from the caveat that the kings are the kings, everyone else is really starting to be at an even level.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, obviously you've got Argons, you've got Beasters, which obviously former Dodgers. After Cole, I think even Uriah Hearts will probably take a little bit out of this tournament too. So clearly there is that sort of 2, 3, 4, and then maybe even 5, 6 that are not too far off of it. I think the gap is just absolutely massive though to number 1. But as I said, it typically is the case. You can't be number 1 forever. Teams will eventually catch up. They will learn. They will improve. We're starting to see that, obviously, as Shuri said before, with a couple of these other teams, like Beasters and obviously Aftercult. Evidently, it might take a little bit longer than maybe you would like, but right now, obviously, Easy are ahead of the curve, still quite substantially.
They very much are at the moment, but of course they say that as hard as it is to get to the top, it's actually even harder to stay there, Guz. And I mean, you've said this, the bigger they get, the harder they fall, right? And when it comes to exclusive Easy, they have carved out a dynasty for themselves at the moment, but they've got that target on their back.
I mean, all it takes is for one player to perhaps transfer to another team, or for perhaps there to be a particular patch or update that disrupts their playstyle, and that can be an opportunity for these other teams, these other players to potentially exploit some of their weaknesses that maybe they haven't been able to so far. So it's going to be an exciting journey to see how long Easy are able to keep up this momentum, because it is inevitable. The other teams are going to continue to pressure them and build upon that and get better and better. And for Easy, it's about, I guess, trying to be sort of that dam wall for the rest of the T3 community and see how long they can withstand that pressure.
So as we look back upon what was slated to be an epic best of 5, which was epic for maybe not the reasons we expected. Shuri, break it down for me. This was one of the quickest games that I have ever seen in a BO5. I think this might have actually been shorter than our BO3 third place match that we saw Beasters take. But I mean, for Easy and Argons, this was not quite what we expected.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that this would be the result as far as who won, but nobody saw this 3-0 smoke show coming. Like, this was crazy.
Did. No, absolutely not. Well, as we look back upon what was an incredibly brief grand final, let's also look back upon what was an amazing tournament. And of course, these finals, we started with 8 teams, and we narrowed it down to the champions. And of course, they really never challenged Jake. If we look at the quarterfinal, where the executives unfortunately had to forfeit after Colt. Great team, but really didn't give Exclusive Easy much of a fight. This was, I don't know, like, they haven't even been truly tested, have they?
For Exclusive Easy, no, unfortunately not. Obviously, we probably were hoping Argons were going to be able to do that. Didn't quite eventuate. Still on the lower side of that bracket, at least Argons and Beasters. That was actually a very entertaining best of 3. Even if it was a 2-0, in my opinion, it was almost closer than the actual game that went the distance on the 3 maps of Aftercult and Beasters. It was just that obviously Beasters couldn't quite close out on emmental in that start of that best of 3 third place match. Other than that, Beasters won both of the payloads in a pretty good fashion against Aftercult. But yeah, the ex-Argons and Beasters one for me was actually was quite entertaining, and I think it actually gives us a very clear 1, 2, 3 in my mind. It's played out perfectly, obviously, the way it's worked out. Exclusive Easy 1, Argons 2, Beasters 3, I can't complain with that.
Yeah, and Shuri, as we start to talk here about Exclusive Easy, the well-deserved champions, you've talked so much about one specific player who has been the best that T3 has to offer, and we have him here for an interview. Rafa, welcome on in, and congratulations on another championship. How does it feel to be not even the champions, but the undisputed champions? You dominated in that grand final. You must feel elated right now.
Yo, thank you very much for introducing me into this live stream. I've actually never done this type of thing, so I'm kind of nervous. But yeah, it kind of feels very nice because, like, we didn't practice as much as we wanted, but we still managed to get a very nice win. So yeah.
I got to say, it's great to have you here in the interview. I know you might be feeling nervous, but you have absolutely no reason to be, especially after the amazing gameplay that you have shown us all weekend long. We're going to get our analyst to ask you a couple questions. Jake, did you want to go first?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. It's super simple, but what do you guys believe sets you apart from everyone else? It's pretty clear there's a big gap from your team to the rest of the competition. Is there's something that you guys sort of think is the reason for that?
Like with my teammates, like IJ, Slime, Osalic, and Bean, like a few of them have been playing this game since the beginning. I don't really remember all of them, but like IJ started to play like a couple months ago, while me, Slime, we have faced each other like in previous tournaments already. Like in the previous Arena League, they were actually the runner-ups, Ozelic and Bean, and we basically just picked them up. So like, it's kind of hard to lose with such a great team. But yeah, I do believe that playing on an iPad actually gives a bit of advantage, but still, we've also been dominating this game since the beginning, like in the previous clans, like Exclusive, like Aphelion. So I guess like that experience with other pro players actually kind of helped practicing scrims and stuff.
Now, Rafa, I wanted to ask, obviously, now that you have this big dominant lead, a discussion for us was how are you going to continue to be dominant and continue to be number one? So during the break and in preparation for future seasons, what are you and the team going to do to continue and improve?
Actually, now that you asked, I didn't have that many plans to actually keep up playing in this game because I'm not been having that much of a great time playing games and stuff. But if we were to come back, I guess the best practice you can have is ranked, obviously. But like at the current state, I would actually recommend to play scrims because scrims aren't that much played nowadays, and that's probably why we could manage to keep dominating the game because nobody would practice, so it would still be at the peak performance either way.
Great insights from you right now. Shuri, do you have anything that you'd like to say or ask of our dear friend Rafa here?
Oh, I definitely would. What's up, buddy? So I really only have one question. How's it feel to be the best player in the game?
I wouldn't say I'm the best player in the game because I did so bad.
I would.
in
Oh, I would. You are the best player in the game.
No, I would say we're the best team, bro. Like,
I would say you are the best player. You are the best player on the best team. You're
Bro.
in, bro.
Yeah, it feels amazing then. You say that so clearly.
Oh, it's great, Rafa, to have you. You are so humble, but you don't need to be. You can enjoy this win. Your team has taken home $3,000. Congratulations once again. And if you come back for next season, we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you once again and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually was going to say something, but I forgot. Wait. Yeah, you said that I'm humble, but I'm just being a little bit mechanic right now. But don't worry, I'll enjoy a lot my win. Thank you.
I'm very glad to hear it, mate. We'll see you next time. And that concludes our championship interview. What a lovely chap there. Rafa is, he's absolutely ruthless in the server, and yeah, so lovely to chat to in the interview. What a well-deserved win for Exclusive Easy and for Rafa's entire team. But of course, we're not quite done yet. I have to remind you guys that we still have a giveaway ongoing. We've talked about it a couple times earlier today, but make sure that you jump on this because this closes tonight and you don't want to miss out on your chance to get in on the giveaway. Final T3 win 1 is the giveaway code. You can always go back and scrub the video if you need to, but this is the end of the stream. This is where we call it. Any final thoughts, Jake? Any summaries before we close out and say goodbye to the season?
Yeah, I wish obviously we would have seen probably a little bit more competition towards Exclusive Easy and see them really get tested and pushed and maybe get them to have to play at 110% rather than maybe barely even get out of second gear. But other than that, it was exciting to see obviously other teams improve. It's great to see obviously Beasters again, obviously formerly Dodgers, and they had a really good tournament. And along with that, exclusive Argons, while they unfortunately got manhandled a little bit in the grand final, they were still pretty much, you know, better than Beasters and Aftercult. So they can feel pretty happy with the way things finished.
Yeah, I think just sort of taking a step back and looking at the state of Tier 3 competition, I think the 5v5 format now has really grown into its own. It's starting to develop, and we saw, you know, some really exciting gameplay from a lot of these teams that are continuing to improve, and I think over time it's only going to get better and better. And Easy now with a target on their backs, I think it's going to be, it's going to be fun.
We've very much seen this game and this esport grow into something truly amazing. There's so many beautiful players and so many talented teams that have been bringing it through. And there's also some talented analysts and guys on the desk. And Shuri, I got to shout you out, man. Thank you so much again for coming today. I'll give you the mic. Anything you want to say before we close up?
It's just so amazing to see how far our teams have come to get closer to the exclusives. I mean, it wasn't even close the last time, and you can argue that number 3 and 4 after Colt and Beasters are right there with Argons. So, I mean, I see great things for the next Arena League.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, we will see you guys next season. The top 2 teams from this season will re-qualify just like we saw previously. So Exclusive Easy and Exclusive Argons will be back. And we will be back for another season. I can't wait for it. I can't wait to see you guys there. Don't forget as well that we'll be putting in the YouTube chat a survey. So we would love your feedback on how this tournament has gone so far. What would you like to see more of? What would you like to see less of? What would you like to see next time? We can't wait to hear your thoughts. And thank you so much for everyone who has joined us during this fantastic journey during Super Season 1. It has been such a pleasure to be a part of. And everyone here at the studio, everyone at T3 Arena has absolutely enjoyed the privilege of being a part of this. But that's all that we have. Once again, a final congratulations to Exclusive Easy, the best team in T3 Arena Esports. That's all from us. Good night.
Guys getting lost in stories. Sunbed watches and stills. It's for freedom, a kingdom, so weightless and tender. Chasing it at our own pace. Cast forget it will be okay. Give and take, never hesitate.